Data Live by Koshi Tachibana. This series is sponsored by Artane Novel. Please download our app at artane.ai and enjoy thousands of audio dramas and audiobooks created by our community. Data Live by Koshi Tachibana, brought to life in audio by Artane Novel. Want to create your own audiobook? Visit artale.ai. Now enjoy the story. Monday, June 5th, Raisin High School. Class 2 to 4 sank into silence after hearing a shocking statement from the new transfer student.
I'm a spirit.
What? Spirit. She actually said it, right here in the classroom.
Shido observed the girl. Her skin was as white as silk, her neck slender, but it was her eyes that mesmerized him, or rather, the one eye not covered by her long bangs. Beside him, Toka looked dumbstruck, while Origami cast a cold, murderous glance at the newcomer.
I hope I will get along with everyone in the future.
Meanwhile, at a special training ground near Tengu Base, a different kind of battle was concluding. Tobi-ichi Origami, equipped in her mechanized combat suit, found herself driven into a corner by a single opponent.
Hey, the last person, wherever you are hiding, please hurry up and come out now. Too bad, it's checkmate.
After the mock battle, Origami and Mana spoke in the hangar. Mana revealed a photograph, a clue to her past. It showed a young boy and girl. The boy was unmistakably Shido Itsuka.
Lovers!
The next morning at the Itsuka residence, Shido was preparing for school when his sister Kodori, in her commander mode, with black ribbons, confronted him about his relationship with Toka.
Hold it. What are you doing, Shido? Why are you still putting Toka's bento in her mailbox? Go to school with her.
Outside, Shido encountered Yoshino and her puppet Yoshinon. Yoshino had been practicing her greetings, showing significant progress in her social skills.
Good morning, Shido-san.
Then, Toka emerged from the neighboring condominium. She was wearing her summer uniform, which emphasized her figure in a way that made Shido's heart skip a beat.
Toka, you're cute too. Extremely cute. I couldn't take my eyes off you.
I understand already, so time out.
However, a crisis arose when Shido realized Toka didn't know what a bra was. He had to lead her back inside to explain and eventually help her hook it, a task that left both of them incredibly embarrassed. On the way to school, they encountered a series of events staged by Ratatosker to test Shido's ability to manage Toka's jealousy, including a girl bumping into him and a fake love letter confession.
Don't throw a tantrum already. I'm not interested in other girls other than you.
Finally reaching the classroom, the official introduction of the transfer student, Kurumi Tokisaki, took place. She repeated her bold claim of being a spirit and specifically targeted Shido for a campus tour.
Hey, can I ask you to help? Shido-san.
Me? And how in the world did you know my name?
After homeroom, Shido called Kotori to report the situation. Meanwhile, at the AST base, Captain Ryoko and Mana discussed the threat of Kurumi, codenamed Nightmare, who was responsible for thousands of deaths.
Codename Nightmare, the one that I'm hunting, the most brutal spirit.
As the school day ended, Shido felt the weight of the new spirit's presence. Kurumi caught his eye and waved, signaling the start of a dangerous new chapter. It was after school, but Shido still had stuff to do. Shido took out a miniature earphone from his pocket, equipping it onto his right ear. Very soon, an enthusiastic voice vibrated his eardrums.
It's time. Are you ready, Shido?
A young voice, possessing a large amount of pressure. Shido's sister, Itsuka Kotori's commander mode. Although it can't be confirmed from here, but the elites on the bridge of Fraxinus should be fully prepared to conquer the spirit.
I don't believe it. It really is a spirit. To tell you the truth, I thought it was just Shido's delusions.
Hey.
In response to Kotori's joke, Shido slanted his eyes.
But that was not without reason. To tell the truth, I myself was doubtful. Spirits transferring to school as a transfer student and whatnot.
The result of Kotori's observations of Kurumi was sent to Shido's handphone at lunchtime. In conclusion, Kurumi is a real spirit.
Hey, it can be considered a good thing. The other party has already sent an invitation. If the alarm doesn't sound off, the AST can't be nosy as well. Isn't that an outcome that we've hoped for? Right now, please focus on raising the other party's feelings towards you, and let her fall in love.
I guess you're right.
Shido half-heartedly said. It's just as Kotori says. However, Kurumi's motive is still not clear at present. Shido's heart felt complicated.
What's with you? That kind of cowardly response. Going to kiss with another spirit, you're feeling conflicted?
That's not it. But, no, it's not like I'm not in conflict here.
Good then. Unfortunately, it looks like we don't have enough time to chat anymore.
Huh?
As Shido let out a stupid response, his shoulder was poked a few times by someone.
Shido.
Whoa!
Because it was too sudden, Shido got a fright.
Sorry, did I scare you?
The girl standing there, Kurumi said with an apologetic look.
To Tokisaki.
Oof. It's all right to call me Kurumi.
Then Kurumi.
After Shido said that, Kurumi continued while smiling happily.
Can you bring me around the school? I'll be in your care?
Ooh.
Shido looked as though he was trying to hold down his accelerated heartbeat, placing his hand on his chest as he nodded.
A beautiful appearance just like it was man-made. An attitude that exudes grace, elegant movements. Through my five senses, she strongly emphasized her existence. It was almost as though my eyeballs and brain rejected all other impurities other than Kurumi, placing them outside my recognition.
Shido was brought to his senses by that fake cough. Turning to the sound, Toka was glaring at his direction while folding her arms.
About that. Looks like I was found out.
Shido made a sound trying to explain.
Well then, let's hurry and go. Lufu, I'm so happy.
However, before he had time to finish, Kurumi started to walk towards the corridor with light footsteps.
Hey!
Oof, Shido-san should hurry up as well.
Shido, now Kurumi is our top priority. Hurry up and go after her. Toka's mental state still has not reached critical point. Buying a yellow bean bun for her when you return home should fix that.
At this point, Kotori's voice sounded out from his right ear. Looking to his right, a displeased Toka entered his line of sight. But he had no other choice. Shido left behind a sorry, chasing after Kurumi out to the corridor.
Well then, where should we start looking?
Kurumi, who was waiting not far away from the classroom, inclined her head and asked.
That's right.
At the same time, Shido was at a loss. Kotori's voice rang into his right ear. 15000 meters above Tengu Base. The secret organization Ratatosker's airship was currently floating, materializing randomly, dangerous life forms that causes destruction to this world, letting her fall in love and become powerless. Staff members burdened with this difficult and extremely amusing task are currently in the midst of battle. At the bridge located in Fraxinus's center, the 30 staff members inclusive of their commander Kotori were gathered. Everyone went to their workstations, controlling the command tower with experienced movements.
Favorability is at 45.5. No change at all. Mental state, green on average. A stable state. Spirit wavelength, 150.0. Difference from the previous scan at an acceptable range of minimum 3.4.
So everything is all right?
Asked Kotori, who was reclining in Fraxinus's commander seat located at the center of the bridge. The ribbons tied in her hair were black. The military uniform on her shoulders were maroon. No matter how you looked at it, she resembled a cosplaying girl who was being influenced by movies. However, the cute-looking girl, who was totally out of place in the bridge of the ship, after surveying her subordinates, eased herself and looked at the screen. On that giant screen showed that spirit, Tokisaki Kurumi's image. The various factors on the screen, through the windows of the subordinates' computers, after processing through the AI, were indicated in real time in word form. That's right, it was just like the images of a gouge. At this moment, Kurumi in the screen tilted her head, her cute lips slightly raised.
Well then, where should we start looking?
That's right.
Following that, through the speaker, Shido's voice rang out. One can understand without asking. It was a voice that was troubled over the sudden question. Kotori sighed as she pressed the communicator, bringing the microphone to her mouth.
Shido, hold on for a moment. Let our side take a look at the situation.
The instant Kotori spoke, a new window opened up at the main screen. This was the mini-map of Raizen High School, where Shido was currently at. Various classrooms and facilities were indicated on top. The locations of Shido and Kurumi were indicated by red dots. Following that, various routes were shown, after calculating the distance of their current location and movement routes. The first place to go is the rooftop, the infirmary, the cafeteria, commissionary. Which one to choose?
A great opportunity?
A voice sounded out from behind the commander's seat where Kotori was at. Turning around, a tall youth stood there with his hand on his chin. He is the vice commander of Fraxinus, Kanaisuke Kyuhei.
It's wonderful to leave the decision of sequence of movement to us. If the sequence is organized correctly, it could very well bring about an impactful outcome.
Well, you're right. Everyone, choose. 5 seconds.
After Kotori finished, the monitor in her hand swiftly displayed the result.
The rooftop's the most popular choice, huh?
Of course, the rooftop can be said to be the school's best hangout place for youths, a place full of freedom and an excellent scenery to boot. There's no other choice than this.
Just as Kotori muttered, "Below the bridge," Nakatsugawa loudly yelled.
But, normally speaking, the rooftop is usually locked, right? Because it's too dangerous.
However, next to him, Minowa used his hand to support his chin as he spoke.
Is that so?
With that, Nakatsugawa slightly protested. However, Kotori let out a cough before speaking.
There's no problem. The school currently has numerous helpers infiltrated within. It's possible to open it using the key before Shido and Kurumi arrives.
That's right. So the rooftop is still the best. Hold it right there.
At this point, Kawagawa looked over from the right.
How can you leave out the infirmary, legally placed beds, and curtains to block people's sight? Isn't it one of the few places that makes one excited in a school? What's with you? Aren't you being too perverted? The rooftop is an excellent place. Humph, why don't you clean up your nosebleed before you start to protest, Nakatsugawa-kun? Ha!
Is that so?
Listening to the verbal battle between the rooftop faction and the infirmary faction, Kotori looked at the image on by her hand once more.
Speaking of which, who voted for 3?
Once Kotori asked, a hand was raised immediately.
It's me.
A woman looking as tired as hell, opening her eyes that had thick dark circles, turned her vision over here. Murasame Reine, Fraxinus's analysis officer, whom Kotori fully places her trust in.
Reina, huh? What a surprise. Can you please tell me the reason?
It's not a reason that is alarming. Just simple elimination, that's all.
Elimination? Is the rooftop and the infirmary a no-go?
With that, Rain shook her head.
It's not like that. Just that the infirmary has a health teacher frequenting the area. If we want to bring out the destructiveness of the infirmary itself, we would still have to wait for another 30 minutes. The rooftop has a similar reason to it. If you ask why, the scenery of the setting sun, wouldn't that be wonderful?
After hearing Rain's words, Kotori slightly raised the edge of her lips.
As expected, you are quite the romanticist, huh, Rain?
Following that, she brought the microphone to her mouth.
Shido, you heard that? Bring her to the cafeteria and the commissionary.
Right, well then, shall we go to the cafeteria and commissionary to have a look first? It'd be necessary in the future.
I don't mind.
When Shido finished, a cute smile appeared on Kurumi as she lightly nodded. Don Kurumi's hallway slippers gave off a sound similar to that of a clapper, walking to Shido's side.
Well then, let's go.
Ooh.
Overwhelmed by Kurumi's enthusiasm, he started walking after some difficulty. To reach the commissionary on the first floor, they have to reach the staircase on the west building first. The two of them walked down the corridor with leisurely footsteps. At this point, the students who are returning home shot glances over.
Wow, who's that girl? So cute. A transfer student? Isn't next to her Itsuka-kun from class 4? What's going on? Looks like she wanted him to personally bring her around the school. Isn't Itsuka Yatogami's husband? But I've heard that even Tobichi was taken down by him, promised to be his mistress or something. Hey, not satisfied with two-timing, now he wants to defile the transfer student? Feels like Itsuka-kun is being a horny playboy. Whatever you people say.
The same time his face twitched, he tried hard to ignore those hurtful words, accelerating his footsteps. Then, a voice different from them, Kotori's voice, entered his ear.
Is something the matter, Kotori?
No, there are two people tailing your movements. There's a possibility that you have been marked by someone.
Faced with such a dangerous possibility, Shido couldn't help but cry out.
Quiet. Our side will proceed to confirm this. First, put your concentration on Kurumi. And also, you are walking with a girl. Why aren't you saying anything so dense?
Due to being overly conscious of the surrounding stairs as well as the nervousness of walking with a girl, he had left Kurumi by herself.
Oh, crap.
While muttering, he peeked in Kurumi's direction. Suddenly, Shido felt his own heart violently skipped a beat, but there was a reason behind it, of course, because Kurumi was using her right eye, that was not covered by her hair, to gaze straight at Shido. Naturally, their eyes met. In that instant, Kurumi gave a sweet smile, as though she was truly overjoyed from the bottom of her heart. It was as if she was waiting for Shido to look at her direction this whole time.
Kurumi, is it okay if you walk while not looking at the front?
Shido asked her with a squeak. Kurumi widened her eyes.
You noticed that. And you're even concerned for me, Shido-san is really gentle.
And no, that kind of thing.
Please don't be modest. It was my fault for staring at your side view and getting mesmerized.
Staring? Huh? What did this girl just say? Stare? No, I don't understand. This normal-looking appearance totally wasn't worth looking at. This fact I was totally aware of.
Why are you going all soft over her words, Shido?
Hearing Kotori's sighing voice, Shido's shoulders violently shook.
So, sorry.
But this is indeed a type that we have never encountered before. Not only integrating herself into society, she also mastered the ability to get into others' good books.
Kotori made an umu sound while she was pondering.
It's because she's an interesting existence, that's why we need to know more information. Well, we'll ask her while raising her favorability. Looks like choices have just arrived. Wait one moment.
The screen on the bridge of Fraxinus once again showed a multiple choice window. The thing about spirits that you mentioned in the morning, what did you mean by that? Kurumi, which school did you used to attend? Kurumi, what kind of panties are you wearing today?
All members, choose!
Accompanying Kotori's shout, the members below the bridge pressed a key at the same time. The result was quickly displayed on Kotori's monitor.
As expected, looks like it's 1.
The result everyone chose was the same as herself. Kotori rested her chin on her hand.
A proper choice. Kurumi shouldn't know that Shido possesses knowledge on spirits. It'd be good to try making her waver.
Behind, Kanazuki said it as such.
That's true. On a side note, Kanazuki, which one did you choose?
I chose 3.
Let's hear the reason first.
Kotori turned her body around and said,
The thighs that are being isolated by black-colored stockings can be said to be the treasure of humans. Did you have to ask why?
Kotori snapped her fingers. For an instant, two extremely muscled giants entered the bridge, grabbing Kanazuki's two arms.
Take him away.
Yes!
The two men answered at the same time, dragging Kanazuki off with them.
Commander, have mercy! Have mercy!
In the midst of the silent bridge of the ship, Kotori sighed while she spoke.
Kurumi, what kind of panties are you wearing today? Hey, what do you guys think of this choice?
Well, you obviously can't use such a dirty line to raise the atmosphere.
The staff members at the lower portion of the bridge replied with bitter smiles. At this point, Kotori suddenly twitched her eyebrows.
Ah,
At the same time, Kotori changed her position. Her elbow pressed the switch of her microphone. To put it simply, the conversation from just now was heard by Shido.
Hey, Kurumi, what kind of panties are you wearing today?
In the image, Shido, who took that as a command, really did follow it to the letter.
Panties, huh?
As Kurumi dazedly questioned back, Shido finally realized what a ridiculous line he had just said.
No, just now that was...
As he hurriedly waved his arms around, he jabbed the earphone as though protesting.
idiot, that was not an instruction just now. The correct choice was 1. The thing about spirits that you mentioned in the morning, what did you mean by that?
Huh?
Well, first of all, try to clear up the misunderstanding. Just now that was just a joke. Then start asking the real question.
Ooh, oh.
Shido softly groaned, turning towards Kurumi.
About that, Kurumi.
However, upon looking at Kurumi's expressions and movements, he couldn't help but stop. As Kurumi raised her eyes to look at Shido, she suddenly lifted the edges of her pleated skirt.
Want to see?
No, just now that was... Even though it was not like I did not want to look, I couldn't very well say it outright.
Just as Shido was in a mess, Kurumi looked at her surroundings, then hid into the shadows of the nearby cabinet used to store cleaning equipment.
Kurumi?
Shido knitted his eyebrows in response towards Kurumi's puzzling movements. Kurumi shyly blushed, opening her small mouth.
It's okay, if it's Shido-san.
Saying that, the hands that were holding onto the skirt slowly rose. Shido, in reaction to this totally unexpected turn of events, widened his eyes. However, when Shido was at a loss as to what to do, Kurumi had already lifted up her skirt. The thighs wrapped by the black tights slowly showed. Even that forbidden triangle zone was slightly showing. Through that black fabric that was being stretched on both sides, white panties could be seen in an instant. Shido immediately closed his eyes, grabbing Kurumi's skirt and pulling it back to its original position.
Ara.
Kurumi said while showing an incredulous look.
What's wrong? If it is Shido-san, I don't mind,
No, that's enough. Now, let's go already.
Foo. Shido-san is shy. But, if we want to continue, can you please let go of my skirt first?
Being reminded of that fact, Shido's eyes sprung open.
If it were to be seen from the side, the present me is undoubtedly a super pervert who brings girls to dark corners to lift their skirts. So sorry.
Hastily letting go of his hands, Kurumi let out a snicker with an expression as though she did not mind at all.
Shido, don't panic. First adjust your body posture.
At this moment, Kotori's instruction arrived. Shido unnaturally coughed. As they continued with their route, following the previous instruction, and asked,
About that, Kurumi.
And none. What is it?
In the morning, didn't you say I am a spirit? What exactly are spirits?
After Shido's question, Kurumi was stunned for a moment, but very quickly, revealed a slight smile.
Fufu, please don't play dumb, Shido-san. Don't you know it clearly? The issue about spirits.
Faced with Kurumi's reply, Shido held his breath.
What? This girl?
Kotori let out a surprised sound similar to Shido.
Confident that Shido knows about the spirits. What in the world is going on here?
Shido did not require prompting to understand, and asked the question in Kotori's stead.
Oh, how do you know? The thing about me knowing.
Fufu, that is a secret.
Huh?
The reason I came to this school was just to meet with Shido-san. Because I knew about Shido-san. That's why I've been longing to see you. There was never a day that I wasn't thinking about Shido-san. So, right now, I'm extremely happy.
Finishing her words, Kurumi's cheeks were dyed a light pink.
Ugh.
Shido felt his cheeks giving off heat, even though he couldn't see it, but his ears could be emitting steam by now.
Why? Why is this? Whether it's flirting or a girl in love, it's totally in a different dimension. This existence known as Kurumi was already too cute to describe. This feeling assailed me. It was just like in middle school. The feeling was just like getting drunk after licking the whiskey that my father placed in the glass cabinet, a drowsy drunkenness, as though I would crumple to the floor with the slightest touch.
Hey, isn't the situation reversed like this?
Huh.
Kotori's voice brought Shido back to his senses.
Well, let's continue moving.
Shido deeply breathed in, moving forward while trying to hide from Kurumi's gaze.
The reason was, ever since then, as long as we made eye contact, I felt as though I was rooted to the spot.
Key, not going to spill it that easily, huh? We have no choice. Continue to attack. Hey, no, I don't care if it is cowardly anymore. We can't let her take control of the situation.
Shut it.
Well, it is frustrating to be led around by the nose. Let's try to make her waver.
After Kotori finished speaking, the main screen of the bridge displayed multiple choices. Kurumi, your hair is really beautiful. Gently stroke her hair as if nothing has happened. Ah, it's dangerous. Pretend to trip and fall on her. Hey, it's this way. Naturally hold her hand. Umu, Kotori raised the chupa chups that was in her mouth. The choices were all unintentional body contact. Even though it was slightly risky, but it is precisely because her mental state was stable that resulted in the AI making such decisions. It truly was an effective method to shorten this distance.
Everyone choose!
After she was done, she immediately glanced at the voting results on the monitor beside her hand. Kotori nodded.
Huh? Well, that's the easiest one.
Well said. 1 seems to be too close, while 2 is too obvious.
At this moment, not knowing when he reappeared beside Kotori, Kanazuki spoke up. Golden hair in a mess, his chest slightly showing, the western pants that he usually wore was nowhere to be found. Replacing that was a pair of tights with characters printed on them.
Hara, it seems that you escaped safely, Kanazuki.
What a dangerous place. Who exactly are they?
To prepare for the situation when they're needed, of course.
Then why did they try to take off my underwear?
It's just you.
What now? Was I being overly conscious?
Kanazuki ended with a ha-ha, quickly turning serious once more.
However, attempting to make bodily contact, there's another method to do so.
Say it out.
Ha! First of all, get Shido-kun to lie on the corridor.
And then,
Then use various angles to observe the spirit's underwear, that is under those tights.
are you doing it again?
Kotori's attempt to snap her fingers once more was stopped by a frantic Kanazuki.
There's more. The spirit would feel embarrassed from letting her panties be seen, right?
Umu.
Then, of course, she would forcefully step on Shido-kun, who would be lying on the corridor. This way, the relationship between master and servant would naturally deepen. Following the sound of Kotori's finger snap, the two giants once again reappeared on the bridge, taking Kanazuki with them.
Would? Why, Commander?
Ignoring Kanazuki's cries, Kotori took the microphone.
Shido, go and hold her hand.
Understood. I nodded my head in response to Kotori's instructions, but before the instruction, I felt that I heard the cry of someone who was about to die. I didn't understand why, but it felt as though I could not ask too much about this.
Shido forcefully gulped, looking at the road ahead. Turning left at the T-junction would be the staircase of the West building.
What a great opportunity. At that point, the act of holding Kurumi's hand while she intends to continue moving, this way, pointing out the correct direction to her replayed itself in my brain countless times.
However,
Hi.
Shido widened his eyes in shock. Just as they were about to reach the T-junction, Kurumi suddenly held Shido's hand.
How did this happen?
Kotori let out a similar, surprised cry.
But the awkwardness that Kotori felt cannot be compared to what I am feeling right now. The palm of my right hand was being wrapped in soft, slender, and somewhat cool fingers, applying minute force in them. An imaginary yet strong pressure. It felt as though my nose would start bleeding if I were to be careless. Kurumi?
This, however, wasn't CG but reality. Shido turned his head mechanically like a robot, speaking after much difficulty.
What should I do now?
Turning his head to look, Kurumi, who was holding Shido's right hand, shyly looked downwards, turning her face to one side.
As expected, I'm troubling you, aren't I?
No, none of the sort.
With Shido's words, Kurumi relaxed her shoulders, looking relieved.
Sure enough, Shido-san really is gentle.
Ending her sentence, Kurumi bashfully smiled.
No. It feels like I don't know where to look now. My eyes swam around. My consciousness started to become muddled. You can't. Kurumi, you can't. Kurumi-chan is really an angel. Such thoughts were continuously assaulting my brain.
Hey, Shido-san.
Kurumi's small mouth parted slightly.
What is it?
I have a request to ask of Shido-san. Would you please listen?
A peculiar feeling. As though as long as Kurumi wished for it, I would unconsciously nod my head and agree to it.
However, in that instant,
Nua.
accompanying the shouts, a clattering noise sounded out from behind them. Looks like the cleaning equipment cabinet placed in the corridor had fell. The brooms and dustpans were everywhere. Afterwards, the two students who seemed to be the perpetrators falling to the ground in a heap.
Tuka, origami!
Shido couldn't help but shout. That's right. They were undoubtedly Toka and Origami.
Ara, what are the two of you doing here?
As Kurumi held Shido's hand, tilting her head in wonder. Seeing that scene, Toka and Origami hastily got to their feet.
It's about that. Even though Shido wanted to bring Kurumi around school, that there's still some things that must be done. Haven't you heard about it?
Tokisaki Kurumi, touring the school, does not require the action of holding hands. Let go right now.
Right. That's it.
Toka, in a rare act of fully agreeing with Origami's words, nodded her head forcefully. Once someone had pointed it out, Shido then realized that his hand was still being held, hastily trying to let go. However, Kurumi took the chance to add strength into her fingers, making it impossible to let go. Kurumi took a peek at Shido before turning to the two and started to act.
The truth is, I have contracted a severe case of anemia. Then this gentle Shido-san held my hand. Please don't blame Shido-san.
After hearing that, Toka and Origami turned their sights on Shido. Is that so? Was sent along with their gazes.
That is,
He didn't know why, but he felt that in this situation it would be best for him to continue to hide it from them. Shido vaguely answered. And in the next instant, Origami suddenly knelt onto the floor.
Origami, what's the matter?
Shido had a shock from the sudden turn of events.
Anemia.
Shido's face twitched. Naturally, sweat dripped from his forehead.
I can't walk by myself. A gentle person.
Oh, oh.
Shido, under a mysterious pressure, held out his free left hand.
What's the matter with you two? That's so laughable.
Tuka stared at Kurumi and Origami, grabbing his two arms.
Dash, ha.
Taking a second look at Shido's two arms, her expression suddenly changed.
Shido, I also have anemia.
Is that so?
Yumu, to tell you the truth, my butt doesn't have a lot of flesh.
No, that's not what anemia is.
As Shido bitterly smiled, Toka held her arms out while looking troubled.
Anyway, I want it too.
Saying that, she tried to hold hands, but they were already occupied by Kurumi and Origami.
Good.
Toka showed an expression as though she were about to cry, standing right in front of Shido, lowering her waist as though she was about to pounce.
Hey, don't tell me.
Dash hello.
Origami took out her handphone from her pocket, starting a conversation. Although she gave a carefree reply, he did not understand why she shot a sharp glance towards Kurumi.
Understood.
With that, she silently ended the phone call.
Something urgent came up.
After Origami increased her grip on Shido's hand, she reluctantly let go. Immediately, Toka took the opening to grab Shido's hand tightly. Origami took a peek at Toka, then using a hateful glare, looked at Kurumi, and walked off. Before leaving, she whispered a sentence into Shido's ear. Beware of Tokisaki Kurumi.
What?
Shido-san, aren't we going?
Eh?
Under Kurumi's prompting, Shido continued walking with his two arms still being held. Needless to say, the stares from the surroundings had increased. 6 in the afternoon. Shido, who brought Kurumi around the school to view the facilities, as well as Toka, who half forcefully forced them to let her follow, went out of the school gate, walking on the street that was dyed red by the setting sun. Of course, Shido's arms were already freed.
Well, that's most of it. Did you get it?
And thank you very much. Really now, it would have been better if it were only the two of us.
Shido gave a bitter smile to the joking Kurumi.
Truthfully speaking, I was grateful to Toka. With a burden, it made Ratatosquare's instructions much easier, even though they still went to the event spots, such as the rooftop and the infirmary. No romantic atmosphere was created. No, even if I did raise Kurumi's affections for him, there was still reason to worry. But how to say it? If I and Kurumi were to enter a location with such an atmosphere, it felt like I would be eaten. Kurumi did indeed possess that special attractiveness. Just like a carnivore, or a bug-eating plant. No.
Shido shook his head at those thoughts, describing girls like they were predators, or bug-eating plants. Even if he didn't say it aloud, it was still rude. At this moment.
Well then, Shido-san, Toka-san, I'll take my leave from here.
Nearing the crossroads, Kurumi gave a bow and said,
Huh? Ooh, oh.
Mew, is that so? Well, see you again tomorrow.
As Shido and Toka waved their hands, Kurumi disappeared into the setting sun.
Dash at
After saying goodbye to Shido and Toka, Kurumi said aloud while she walked on the street under the setting sun alone.
I still can't. Slightly. I couldn't bear it. It took so long for me to find it. I still want to enjoy school life for a while longer.
After muttering to herself, her body spun around in a rhythm.
Oh Fufu, this enjoyment. I'll leave it to the last part to enjoy then.
Suddenly Kurumi, who was dancing along the street, bumped into something. Putting strength into her legs, she managed to stay upright, looking in front. It looked like Kurumi had bumped into a man's back. Men who looked like delinquents were all gathered at the side of the road.
Arada.
Kurumi bowed her head and said, while trying to walk away. However,
Hey, wait a second, little lady. It was your fault for being careless. Don't think that things would end just like this.
The man who Kurumi bumped into gave a sinister smile. Just like a response, the man's comrades separated out and surrounded Kurumi.
Ara! Ara!
Kurumi tilted her head in wonder. One of the men let out a whistle.
Hey, her looks aren't that bad. A great catch? Hey, what's your name? I want to be friends with you.
Just like that, the gangsters continued to look at Kurumi all over, speaking and gaggling. At this point, Kurumi understood.
Ani-san? Don't tell me you want to go out with me?
Kurumi said while faintly smiling. The men were stunned for a moment, then started laughing with their hands on their foreheads.
Go out, she said. Meanie. Ikchi. But isn't this fine? What, you like this type too? To an extent. Leaving that aside, how about we change locations? There's too many people here.
Kurumi's words caused a commotion amongst the men. The men entered an alley while surrounding Kurumi. After forcing Kurumi into a dead end, the man who Kurumi had bumped into showed a lecherous smile and extended his hand.
Well, then, I won't stand on ceremony now.
But that extended hand did not touch Kurumi, shifting slightly downwards.
Huh? What are you doing? If you aren't gonna do it, then let me.
The man's comrade shrugged his shoulders and said. But the man who reached out for Kurumi interrupted his words in panic.
No, my body is... Your body?
At this moment, his comrades have also noticed. From Kurumi's feet, her shadow rapidly expanded, and the countless white arms that grew from it was in the middle of dragging the man's body into the shadow.
Huh? What is this? Ah!
Everyone started to yell. However, it was already too late.
Oof, 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 oof.
Kurumi's smile twisted. At the same time, everyone's legs were caught by the white arms, their bodies gradually being pulled into the shadows.
Well, even though they are pieces of trash that's usually not worth eating, but since I have a main dish waiting in the near future, why not taste a little to get my tongue used to it first? I'm sorry now.
Kurumi put her hands together with a asterisk pa. Asterisk instantly, the moans of the men nearby vanished entirely. Kurumi closed her eyelids as though she was enjoying a meal, feeling her stomach with a sigh. In that instant,
Ara?
faced with that sudden feeling assailing her, Kurumi's eyebrows twitched. That feeling of having one's entire body being felt all over. To be swallowed by a giant creature without even chewing. That's probably the feeling right now. This feeling is not the first time she has felt it. A barrier that modern magicians employs with the help of a machine called a realizer, personal territory. Even amongst them, this one is special. That's right, can't be mistaken, it's that girl.
Tay, one step too late, huh?
As though to confirm Kurumi's suspicions, a young girl appeared in front of Kurumi's eyes. Hair tied up in a bunch, a girl that looked like a middle schooler. Even though she was wearing casual wear such as a colorful parka jacket and a culotte skirt, the surrounding air was as dangerous as a ferocious beast who caught sight of its prey.
Looks like you've been wildly eating again, dork.
Arada, you are Takumi Amana-san, correct?
Kurumi slightly slanted her head and said, Mana unhappily let out a humph asterisk.
Even though it is commendable for you to remember my name, but that attitude makes me want to puke.
Ara? I apologize for that then?
Kurumi bowed her head, honestly apologizing.
However, names are very important. I would be very unhappy if I were to be called and the like. May I ask that you call me Tokisaki Kurumi?
As Kurumi finished, Mana slanted her eyebrows in irritation.
Because it's important, that's why I don't wish for my name to be called by you. Exactly because it is important, that's why I do not wish to call you by that name.
That feels...
Shut up, spirit.
Mana's gaze sharpened. Kurumi's skin felt a chill. After saying goodbye to Kurumi, Shido accompanied Toka to the supermarket nearby to buy ingredients for dinner. Right hand laden with heavy plastic bags, they walked on the street that was darker than before.
Well, it sure was the right day to come today.
Naturally showing a smile. That's right. Today they had entered the supermarket when it was the time to give discounts, buying large amounts of meat with 30% off the normal price.
Shoo, do. What's for dinner today? Hamburger steak.
These few weeks Toka has gotten used to guessing the menu, she happily said in excitement.
Ah, I vote for hamburger steak as well.
This moment, Kotori's voice came from the transmitter that was still in transmission. Shido lightly shrugged, the corner of his mouth slightly raised.
What should I do? There's still stewed carrots with fish floss in Sanshoku Donburi.
Mew, even though those aren't bad at all, but can't we have hamburger steak?
Hold on, what are you saying? Since we got our hands on mixed meat, let's not be stingy and use it all in one go.
As Toka said with her eyebrows knitted together, Kotori's voice came from the transmitter at the same time. In front, the sounds of sports shoes rubbing on asphalt could be heard. Shido turned his head towards that direction. Over there is, with a ponytail and a tear mole as her features, a girl the same age as Kotori, stood there with eyes widened in shock, wearing a parka jacket and a culotte skirt. Her white sports shoes has striking red spots on them for some reason, just like bloodstains.
An unfamiliar face, at least that was how it was supposed to be. I tilted my head. I don't understand why, but there was a slight familiarity. It felt as though we have met somewhere before.
At that moment, Shido noticed that the girl was staring straight at his direction. Shido couldn't help but turn his body around. She must have seen something shocking in her line of sight. However, nothing was there. Aside from the streets that he was used to walking along, the equally spaced telephone poles, as well as the garbage disposal marked by nets, there was nothing else that can be seen. That means the one that the girl was looking at could only be Shido. Shido's thoughts stopped at this point.
Ni?
The girl opened her trembling lips.
Ni?
Shido questioned back. However, the girl did not reply, instead running up and jumping into Shido's chest.
Wah.
Just like that, using her arms to wrap around his torso, as though she was deeply moved, forcefully hugging him.
Even though the victim is me, and the culprit was the girl, there was nothing wrong. If our positions were to change a little, we would immediately be noticed by the police. No, under this kind of circumstance, it is totally possible that I would be the one caught instead. However, the thoughts made by me were interrupted part way.
The girl buried her head into Shido's chest, saying,
Dash Nisama. Nisama.
Huh?
In that instant, the street as well as the bridge of Cranksonus, the voices of the Itsuka siblings beautifully coincided with each other.
Oh, so this is Nisama's current home.
Reaching the door of the Itsuka residence with much difficulty, the girl moved her hair that was slightly shorter than a ponytail, happily saying words that sounds polite and yet not conforming to Keigo, the self-declared Shido's sister, whose name seemed to be Takamiya Mana. Although this girl could not be any more suspicious, however, when hugging Shido at the street, she sat down on the spot, tears forming in her eyes, passionately describing how she was so hopeful of meeting with Shido. He had no choice but to bring her along. Of course, Kotori's approval had been given. To tell the truth, the one to suggest that they should bring Mana to the Itsuka residence was Kotori herself.
Mew, but that was really shocking. Shido actually has another sister.
No, I don't have that memory at all.
Really? I still think that she looks similar to Shido.
That goes without saying, because I'm his sister.
As Toka finished, Mana confidently hugged her arms. However, Mana's look suddenly changed, looking at Shido and Toka while revealing a complicated expression.
But Nisama, Mana really has to hand it to you.
Huh? About what?
Of course. Tobiichi, that's not right. That is aside from sister-in-law. Why are you still mixing around with other females?
Mana cleared her throat, blushing furiously while speaking.
Huh?
Shido widened his eyes and yelled.
Is there anything wrong?
There's too many points to Tsukomi on. The first one was, what was it? Do you know origami?
And well, is that strange?
At the same time Mana spoke, She looked as if she was trying to find an excuse as her eyes looked around. Although he was very concerned about how the two of them knew each other, there was another issue that took priority.
And then, what's with calling her sister-in-law?
No, it's not like I don't have any reservations with that way of calling, but it's to make preparations for the future.
There's no such plans for that.
Is that so?
Mana knitted her brows, looking troubled.
But Nisama is a suspect for two-timing.
Two-timing, what's that?
Toka tilted her head. Looks like she has learned another dangerous word again. But just as Shido was about to explain it to her, meaning in the middle of his confusion, Mana had already thrown questions at Toka.
I'll be direct. You are Toka-san, right? Are you currently going out with Nisama?
What?
Shido cut in between the two with an extremely red face.
What are you saying? How could that be possible?
Mana gave Toka a surprised look.
Toka-san, have you gone on a date with Nisama before?
She removed her head from Shido's side and asked Toka this.
I have.
Mana directed a piercing gaze *G * at Shido.
That's not it, about that.
He was not lying, but it was difficult for him to deny it. Shido took a step back, with cold sweat dripping down his back. At this point, Mana blushed, and using a tone of absolute seriousness, asked Toka another question.
Toka-san, don't tell me you have already chew.
Chew?
I'm talking about kissing.
And we did?
At Toka's calm reply, Mana widened her eyes.
Pure.
Hey, calm down.
Nisama actually did such a gigolo-like act. That's too heartbreaking. Reform! You must be corrected!
Shido, what is a gigolo?
Toka once again asked in curiosity. Instead, Shido said, what a pain, furiously scratching his head, pushing Toka towards the condominium next door.
Nu, why are you pushing me?
It's a pain to explain. First of all, you should return to your room.
Moo, but...
I'll make hamburger steak for tonight's dinner. Will that suffice?
Ooh, really?
After Shido's words, Toka's eyes sparkled, running towards the apartment while waving her hand.
Shido, I want fried eggs on top of them.
Yes, yes.
Shido replied with, yes, yes, waving his hand and watched her leave.
Looks like you are very used to dealing with the opposite sex.
Mana said with slanted eyes. On the other hand, Shido acted like he didn't hear anything, turning around and entering the gate of the Itsuka residence, grabbing the door handle, opening the entrance, and then...
Welcome back, oh *Chan.
Waiting at the entrance was Kotori wearing casual clothing. Of course, the ribbons were still black. What was different was the forceful way she said Oni-chan. In order to receive the guest, she returned home from Fraxinus and waited.
I'm home.
Shido, perspiring under an unexplainable pressure, raised his hand slightly in reply.
Hara, who's this?
It felt like an old-fashioned way of asking, but this cannot be helped. Kotori, who had been at home all this time, let's just put it like that, yet knowing what happened at the street a while ago, would seem extremely suspicious.
We met each other at the street. No matter what.
Is there anyone else still inside the house? Nisama has been in your care.
Mana said with a huge smile, while forcefully holding Kotori's hand and shaking it vigorously. Kotori, in a rare moment, was troubled to the point of perspiring.
Nisama, Shido is?
Yes, my name is Takamiya Mana, Nisama's sister.
Kotori sighed through her nose, letting go of Mana's hand, and brought her into her house.
Well, why don't we come in first? We can talk about the details later.
Yes.
Mana replied enthusiastically, following behind Kotori.
It felt like it would escalate into a messy situation, but fortunately that was not the case.
Shido lightly sighed, taking off his shoes and followed the two into the hallway. Tea and tidbits had already been laid out onto the table. Kotori and Mana faced each other and sat on the sofa. Kotori used her chin to point to the seat beside Mana. It felt like they were going to enter a three-way conference.
Well then, can we hear it from you?
Yes.
In response to Kotori's words, Mana gave a decisive reply.
Mana, that's your name, right? You call yourself Shido's sister.
That's the case.
Mana said while nodding vigorously. Kotori tilted the lollipop stick that was in her mouth upwards, as though trying to ascertain Mana's reaction as she continued to speak.
My name is Itsuka Kotori. I am also Shido's sister.
Mana inclined her head to Kotori's words.
Ha! If you say that, then don't tell me you're Nisama.
I'm not.
My apologies. Dash sorry, Kotori. As your elder sister, I will.
Who the hell is your little sister?
Kotori in commander mode let out a rare yell. Shido couldn't help but shoot a startled glance. Kotori falsely coughed.
Yeah, but my memories doesn't seem to recall one bit. Having a sister.
Really now?
Kotori looked troubled as she scratched her head while sighing. Looks like her rhythm had been severely interrupted.
But, little sister, huh?
Kotori half closed her eyes and stared at Mana. Thinking normally, suddenly saying, "I am your sister," and the like would be unbelievable. However, if it was Shido, we cannot rule out such a case. At the very least, Shido does not have any memories of having another sister, aside from Kotori. However, the truth is, Shido is not born from the Itsuka house. Abandoned by his mother at a young age, he has been raised as a part of this family. Therefore, Mana's words cannot be said to be a total lie, even though Shido does not remember, but the possibility that Mana is Shido's blood-related sister cannot be ruled out. Well, but even Shido's memories of the past was blurry. The fact that Mana, who was even younger at the time, was able to recall that is rather suspicious.
About that, Mana, can I ask a question?
Yes. What is it, Nisama?
At Shido's words, Mana seemed to be truly happy from the depths of her heart, using an exuberant tone to reply. Kotori unhappily let out a humph, for reasons unknown.
About that, sorry. But I don't remember anything about you.
That's to be expected.
Mana folded her arms and nodded. Shido gulped and asked the issue that was on his mind.
Although I've been wanting to ask this from the start, your mother, right now, is... If Mana really was my blood sister, she should know something about it. The one that abandoned me, my birth mother.
However, Mana tilted her head, giving a vague reply. Shido's eyebrows wrinkled.
Don't tell me, Mana was also abandoned after me?
At this point, as though seeing through what Shido was thinking from his expressions, Mana shook her head.
It's not that it's not like that. That kind of thing didn't happen. Then happen.
Mana bitterly smiled in embarrassment, drinking the red tea beside her in one gulp, and continued.
I, truthfully speaking, do not have any memories from the past.
What is this?
Regarding this, Kotori revealed an expression of utter displeasure, adjusting her body posture to face Mana, speaking once more.
If it is the past that you have mentioned, how much exactly did you lose?
That's right. I can't remember anything 2 to 3 years prior, but I can still recall incidents past that period.
After Kotori's words, Mana took out the silver locket in front of her chest. Within it was an extremely discolored photograph. In that photograph contained the figures of Shido and Mana when they were still children.
Is this me?
Shido let out a surprised sound. However, Kotori showed an expression of shock.
Hold on a minute. In this photo, Shido should be around 10 years old, right? At that time, should he have already arrived at our house?
Now that you mentioned it, that's true.
Scratching his face as he said so. However, the boy in the photo looks like Shido, no matter how you look at it. That was the truth.
Is that so? That's really unbelievable.
Unbelievable, you say? Could it be some other person that looks like him? But it is true that they look similar.
No, there's no mistake about. Nisama is Nisama.
Why can you say it so certainly?
After Kotori's question, Mana confidently patted her chest.
This is called the bonds between siblings.
Kotori shrugged with a speechless expression, letting out a sigh. For some reason, it looked as if she was relieved. However, Mana closed her eyelids and continued to speak passionately.
No, I am surprised myself. I really got a shock. When I saw Nisama, my heart could not stop throbbing.
What's with that? Isn't that love at first sight?
Ha! Perhaps it really is love at first sight. Kotori-san, let me have Nisama.
How can I?
Kotori reflexively shouted, after which let out an unnatural cough.
Anyway, it is troubling for you to say that you are his sister with such a weak reason. First of all, Shido is already part of this family, and now you say you want to take him away.
I don't have such an intention to do so, you know?
Huh?
In response to Mana's indifferent reply, Kotori widened her eyes.
For everyone in this family who have accepted Nisama as a part of them, I am truly grateful. As long as Nisama can live a happy life, Mana would be satisfied.
Saying that, Mana reached over the table, holding Kotori's hand once more. Kotori unhappily bent her mouth into a shape.
What's this? You seem to know your stuff.
None. Even though it was a blurred memory, however, I could only remember that Nisama went to someplace unknown. That time I was really worried, but even more than that, I was more concerned whether Nisama was okay. Therefore, now that I know that Nisama is living well, I'm really happy, and he has such a cute foster sister too.
With that, Mana showed a smile. Kotori's face blushed, unhappily shifting her line of sight.
What's with you? Suddenly saying that kind of thing.
Well, of course.
At this point, Mana interrupted Kotori and spoke.
After all, you can't beat the real sister.
Instantly, *pi. A sound as though the air just split apart could be heard.
Hey, Kotori.
Kotori did not seem to hear a single bit of Shido's words. The muscles on her face twitched, revealing a cramped smile.
Yeah, is that so?
Why that's of course. There's nothing that can beat blood ties.
But isn't there a saying that a close relative is useless afar compared to a nearby neighbor?
The instant Kotori finished her words, Mana, who has been smiling all this time, her temple twitched for a second. After a stunned moment, Mana let go of Kotori's hand, resting them onto the table.
So what about it? At the very end, he still has to be with his real sister, am I wrong? There is the saying that your destiny is set when you reach 3 years old.
Go! However, even though you two are related, but it is the one who has the longest amount of time spent that has the advantage.
No, in the end you are still an outsider. A real sister means being blood-related. Blood ties are thicker than water. From the start, the sister points that both of us have are fundamentally different.
Mana loudly declared. Sister points, a phrase that was totally unheard of. However, Kotori did not question that, as she let out a rebuttal.
Blood ties, what else can you still say? You can talk about sibling relationship, but I have been living as a younger sister for over 10 years. Isn't it obvious whose sister points are higher?
How laughable. Sibling who have been forcefully separated from young reuniting once more through space and time. Doesn't it touch your heart? In the face of real obstacles, time and whatnot does not matter at all.
Shut up. What about blood ties? A real younger sister can't even marry him.
Shido's and Mana's voices overlapped. Kotori's cheeks dyed crimson, banging the tabletop as though she was trying to protest.
And anyway, right now the little sister here is me.
What's that? It should belong to the real sister here.
Well, why don't we calm down first? The two of you are...
Shido attempted to calm the two people down with his face damp with sweat. Kotori and Mana turned towards Shido with a *pa*.
Shido, What about you?
Real sister, foster sister. Which faction do you choose?
Suddenly thrown a question that was out of his expectations, Shido unleashed a pitiful cry.
No, it's not about. Which faction?
Kotori and Mana stared at Shido with an *G*. It was obvious at first glance that no matter which side he chooses, he would not be let off so easily. At the very least, he should try to divert the topic, Shido thought.
That's right, Mana.
Yes.
Putting his hands together and saying this, Mana tilted her head in question.
You said before that you don't have memories of your past, right?
And that's the case.
Then, where are you living now? You are not living with your family?
That is...
At this moment, Mana, who was fluent up till now, was faltering with her words.
Well, there are a lot of reasons for that.
A lot of reasons?
Something like that. If I have to say it, then it's because I'm working in a place that is equipped with living quarters.
Work? Mana, at this age? Aren't you the same as Kotori? What about school?
Well, even thought Kotori is holding the commanding position of a secret organization, but she still obediently attends school. Mana's eyes looked around in distress.
That is... Excuse me.
Wait, hold on,
Mana said. Before Shido managed to stop her, she ran off and escaped like a rabbit. What's with her? What in the... Scratching his face, he looked at the entrance where Mana had disappeared in a daze. At this moment, beside Shido, Kotori, who was seated opposite Mana, stood up, keeping the teacup Mana had used for reasons unknown. The next day, *Kin kun kan kun, the usual sound of the bell vibrated his eardrums. The hands of the clock showed the time as 8:30 a.m., the time for morning homeroom to start. The classmates who were chatting everywhere hustled each other to return to their seats. In the middle of the chaos, Shido, who has returned to his seat beforehand, tilted his head slightly. Even though the bell has already rung, Kurumi still has yet to appear in the classroom. Toka seemed to think the same thing, looking around her surroundings.
Moo, that Kurumi, she's late on the second day of her transfer.
The same time Toka said that.
Dash! She won't come.
To Shido's left came a calm voice. Origami didn't turn her head around, using only her eyes to look at Toka as she spoke.
New? What do you mean?
It means this. Tokisaki Kurumi is no longer going to attend school.
Hey, that means...
As Shido opened his mouth to speak, the classroom door opened with a *kacha*. Tama-chan sensei entered the classroom with her hands hugging the attendance booklet. Afterwards, the class representative gave the call to greet. Although he was very concerned about Origami's words, but he could not ignore the call. Shido and the class sat down after the greeting.
Okay, good morning everyone. Now let's start with the attendance.
Saying that, Tama-chan sensei opened the booklet and started to read out the names of the students.
Tokisaki-san.
Tama-chan read out Kurumi's name. However, there was no response.
Our Tokisaki-san isn't here? Really now, if she was going to be absent, she should have called to inform us beforehand.
Tama-chan puffed her cheeks and turned the page of the attendance booklet. At that instant,
Dash here.
at the back of the classroom, a familiar voice sounded.
Kurumi?
Looking back, Shido's eyes widened. That's right, the classroom back door had silently opened. Standing right there was Kurumi, with a warm smile and her hands slightly raised.
Really now, Tokisaki-san, you're late.
I'm really sorry. I wasn't feeling well on my way to school.
Are you alright? Do you want to go to the infirmary?
No, it's all right now. I've made you worry.
Kurumi gave a bow, walking towards her seat with light footsteps.
What's with that? Isn't she right here?
letting out a sigh, turning to look at Origami who had said those unlucky words.
Huh?
Shido furrowed his brows in shock. Origami lightly frowned as she stared at Kurumi, although there were no obvious changes in her expressions. But Shido knew very clearly for some reason. Right now, Origami is without a doubt very shocked.
Origami?
Shido softly called out her name. Origami's fingertips trembled slightly, quickly shifting her line of sight away from Kurumi.
Dash, all right. Then that's all regarding communication issues.
Not long after, Tamachan Sensei ended homeroom and left the classroom. At this point, just that instant, the handphone in his pocket let out a refreshing ringtone.
Why is it at this time? It would have been confiscated if it were 10 seconds earlier.
Looking at the screen, it showed the name of Itsuka Kotori.
Hello? Kotori?
Shido.
What is it? At this time, it would have been disastrous if you were 10 seconds earlier.
You should have properly set it to silent mode in school. Isn't that what my excellent brother said before?
Gah.
Well, forget it. Aside from that stuff, Shido, a terrible situation has happened. To say it conservatively, it is the worst situation.
Did something happen?
It's really giving me a headache. I totally didn't imagine that such a thing can happen in real life.
Faced with such a negative way of speech, Shido's panic welled up in him. Shido attempted to force his volume down as he used his hand to cover the handphone as he continued.
What exactly happened?
The truth is...
At this point, Shido's shoulders was poked. Kurumi tilted her head with a puzzled expression.
What are you doing, Shido-san?
I got a phone call. Could you hold on for a moment?
As Shido said that, Kurumi displayed her surprise with exaggerated movements, bowing deeply.
My apologies. I'm very sorry for interrupting you.
It's all right. Please don't mind.
Shido said while smiling in distress, once again focusing on the phone conversation.
Well then, Kotori, what exactly happened?
Hold on for a moment, Shido. Just now, who were you talking to?
Who?
Faced with Kotori's sudden serious tone of voice, Shido questioned back.
Like I said, just now, you were talking to someone beside you, right? So I'm asking, who is that person? Toka? Tobichi Origami? Or is it Tonamachi Hiroto?
It feels as though Kotori was interrogating a suspect. Shido unhappily protested.
What's with you? You don't have to be so angry. Someone tried to talk to me, that's all.
It's fine. Just tell me.
It's Kurumi.
Following that, Kotori went speechless.
Kotori? What's wrong?
Shido asked in confusion. Kotori spoke with someone at her side for a while, before continuing.
Shido, come to the physics lab during lunch break. I have something I want you to see.
The physics lab? Why that?
Alright already. Make sure to come.
What the heck is going on?
As Shido was left in confusion, he seemed to be complaining as he muttered. 1:20 in the afternoon. The bell declaring the end of the fourth period sounded. After the students bowed, before the teacher left the classroom, they are already in the midst of preparing for lunch. Of course, Toka was no exception. Without speaking, she arranged the tables together with sparkling eyes.
Shido, it's time for lunch.
Saying that, she took out her lunchbox from the bento box. At this, Shido inclined his head. Usually the table on the left would also be joined over, creating a situation of a union between three tables. However, Origami did not move her table over today, looking in that direction while puzzled. Origami had a pensive expression, staring at her hand all the while. Even though it is of some concern, but eating lunch or not is Origami's freedom. Shido was in the midst of taking out his bento box from his bag, when his movements suddenly stopped.
That's right. Speaking of which, I did mention that I would go to the physics lab during lunch break. Although the time wasn't specified, but that was Kotori. It felt as though some punishment would be waiting if I was to be late. Sorry, Toka. I need to go out for a moment.
Mew?
Tuka, who had already opened her bento box, looked at him with a lost expression.
Where are you going? I want to go too.
Ah.
Shido scratched his face, feeling troubled. If Kotori wants him to go to the physics lab, it must be something related to Ratatosker. It could be something that Toka should not know about.
Sorry, I can't bring you today. You start eating first, okay?
Shido said that with his palms together, walking towards the corridor.
Ah, Shido.
Tuka's lonely voice sounded from Shido's back. A strong feeling of guilt grew inside of him. Shido lightly shook his head, walking towards the corridor. Just like that, he moved within the campus, walking up the stairs, reaching the physics lab after much difficulty. Shido knocked on the door, after which, as though it has been waiting for this moment, the door opened with a asterisk, kach asterisk.
You're slow.
Kotori, who was wearing her school uniform, showed her displeased face while pouting her lips.
That can't be. I came here without eating lunch.
Forget it. Hurry up and come in. Time is precious.
Kotori pointed with her chin as she said so, letting Shido enter the room. At this point, Shido suddenly realized that in front of Kotori's chest, the usual visitor's pass was missing. On a closer look, the slippers that she wore were not ones for visitors, but the ones belonging to the middle school.
Don't tell me you sneaked in here today?
That's right. Let alone after class, middle school students won't even be inside high school at this time, right?
Ah, that's true.
Shido nodded his head and agreed, and looked into the physics lab. In the deepest part of the lab, on top of the swivel chair, an expected person has already been seated there, Ratatosker's analysis officer, as well as Raizen High School's physics teacher, Murasami Reine.
You've arrived, Shin.
A nickname that has no relation to his name as usual. He got too lazy to correct her. Rain pointed at the seat beside her. She must want him to sit there. After which Kotori sat down beside him, as though trying to surround Shido, having the same seating arrangement as 2 months ago when he cleared the gouge training. It brought back some unwanted memories.
Well then, the thing you wanted me to see is…
As Shido finished saying, Kotori showed the monitor placed on the table. As Rainy moved the mouse by her hand, the screen showed an image. Beautiful girls of multicolored hair appeared in sequence. On the top of the illustration, it showed the title Milidus.
A sequel. Hi.
Ah, wrong one. It's this.
Shido's body shook in shock. Rainy once again manipulated the mouse. The image darkened.
Oh, hold on a second. What was that just now?
You'll grow bald if you harp on the small details, Shido.
Hafu. Kotori sighed as though it were an annoyance.
Those were not minor details. Are we going to have another gouge training? It's about time, Yuham.
At this moment, Shido shut his mouth. The screen, which had just darkened, showed another image. In a narrow alley, for some reason, Kurumi was facing a girl with a ponytail.
Huh? This is Mana?
That's right. The girls that were inside the image were Kurumi and Mana.
Yeah, this is yesterday's image. Look at the surroundings.
What?
Shido frowned. In the corner of the plain-looking residential area, several humans wearing mechanical armor could be identified.
As T?
Squeezing out his voice while half-stunned. AST, Anti-Spirit Team. Superhumans who don mechanized armor, in order to destroy the dangerous creatures that view the world and humans as their enemies, spirits. He could not be wrong after encountering them a couple of times prior. In the image, Shido's classmate Tobiichi Origami's figure could be seen. Also, each member was outfitted with heavily exaggerated weapons. Yes, just like when a spirit materializes during a spacequake.
I don't know why, but there was an AST response at the street yesterday. One of our crew members took a camera and proceeded to film the process. I got a shock after confirming it, you know.
Why would the AST?
There's a high chance that it's because of the presence of the spirit.
Kotori said as though it didn't concern her. Shido gulped hard.
But now that you said it, a spacequake didn't occur, right? The surrounding citizens did not evacuate if the spirit were to rampage if.
Well, they must have the confidence that they will kill it before it rampages then.
In regards to Rain's words, Shido held his breath. Right. But why standing over there is the existence of the girl who claims to be the sister of Shido, Takamiya Mana.
Why is Mana?
The next instant after Shido spoke, Mana's figure glowed with a faint light, after which a white mechanical armor appeared all over her body.
Wow.
It was slightly different in shape from the other AST members, but without a doubt it was using a wiring suit. As though responding to the opponent, Kurumi spread out her arms. At the same time, the shadows at her feet crept up Kurumi's body, forming a dress. Decorations in her hair. Her torso was wearing a bustier, equipped with a dress that had frills and lace. All of that were highlighted with black, which reminded people of the Dark Knight, as well as a red sheen just like blood. And lastly, her hair was tied at an uneven length. It was just like the minute and hour hands of a clock.
Astral dress.
Shido spoke while in a daze. Astral dress, the personal territory that a spirit possesses, a membrane of divine might which protects the spirits. Kurumi raised her right hand above her head. Following that, shadows once again crept up her body, enveloping her right hand. At this moment, Kurumi's body flew up high into the sky. Unable to comprehend what just happened in the image, Shido let out a stupid sound. However, in the next instant, Shido understood. The equipment on Mana's shoulders let out a bright light, hitting Kurumi's stomach. Kurumi's body trembled. But why? Instead of saying it was due to fear from terror, it was more like she was letting out a giggle. After that, she recovered herself after a few seconds. Kurumi let out a surprise attack, as though trying to counterattack. However, before that, Mana's attack pierced through Kurumi's body. This time, inside the narrow alley, fresh blood was splattered. After which, Mana's blade of light cut off Kurumi's head, who was lying on the ground motionless facing up. Not even a chance to attack Mana was given. Just like that, Kurumi's life was taken.
Gah.
He couldn't help but turn his head while covering his mouth. Because of the over-realistic scene, the reality of it came after a while. After Mana had completed Kurumi's dissection, Shido then realized that puking feeling at the back of his throat. His teeth made *kachi sounds. Even though it wasn't cold, his body couldn't help but tremble. Having a human, strictly speaking, they can't be said to be human, but an existence with an appearance no different from that of a human, killed. Although it was just an image, but having seen that spectacle, no one could blame Shido for reacting that way. Mana in the screen turned around as though she had completed a mission. After dispelling the CR unit she was wearing, returning to her previous attire, Shido frowned. He felt that there was something wrong. There was no smell, nor feel. Just looking at the scene made Shido feel that way. Yet Mana, who was the culprit of this incident, did not seem to feel anything from what she just did. It is fine to feel guilt. It is okay to be frustrated. It is all right to despair. Even so, she did not even feel a shred of accomplishment. The brutal assignment. To put it in a single sentence, that's right, she has gotten used to it. Repeating such an assignment countless of times, just like that, Mana already did not care anymore.
This is...
Shido voiced out, after forcing that disgusted feeling back down.
It's just like how you saw it. Yesterday, Tokisaki Kurumi was killed by AST's Takamiya Mana. It wasn't from serious injuries nor drowning, just totally, perfectly, without any hesitation behind her actions, her existence was erased.
But that is...
However, Shido did not manage to continue. Because just now, he saw it with his own eyes. Kurumi was helplessly murdered. At this moment, Shido's shoulders trembled. He had almost forgot due to the shock from the videotape. There was clearly a contradiction in the video.
But Kurumi today, she went to school normally.
As Shido spoke, Rini and Kotori crossed their arms at the same time.
That's correct. We are clueless as well.
After Shido mentioned about Kurumi, I was still thinking that an illusion appeared.
Kotori shrugged her shoulders as though making a joke. However, Shido did not reply to her actions. Thinking furiously, he spoke.
Under those kind of circumstances, she revived?
Shido peeped at the image. At that moment, the AST members were starting to deal with Kurumi's corpse and bloodstains. Looking at Origami's figure in the video, he finally understood what her reaction meant this morning. Feeling shocked was natural. The girl who had been killed right in front of her eyes yesterday has calmly reappeared today.
What do we do, huh? At present, there's nothing we can say.
Is that so?
The previous images still surfacing constantly in his brain, but his breathing and pulse have recovered more or less. Shido relaxed his tightly gripped fists on his knees, speaking as such. At the same time, Kotori adjusted her posture.
But we still have to do something.
Saying that she let go of her arms, using her right index finger to point at Shido.
Since Kurumi is still alive, then we must continue the battle. If I remember correctly for Shido's school, tomorrow is the opening anniversary, am I right? By today, you must ask Kurumi out for a date. If you work hard and lucky enough, you may be able to seal off her power with just one try.
Huh?
Shido squeezed out words from his throat, with his eyes turning to dots.
No. Such a thing has already happened, Dad.
Shut up.
Shido's protesting voice was interrupted midway by Kotori.
It is precisely because such a thing happened, you know. It's just like I've said, Kurumi's power is still unknown. It could possibly require certain conditions for it to awaken, or it is only limited to that miraculous situation. It is highly possible that the next time she gets murdered, she could be out for good.
Ooh.
It was true. Kurumi is safe this time, even though it is weird to say it like this, but she might not be able to revive the next time.
Like I said, we can't do it if we don't act soon. The fact that Kurumi is still here has been witnessed by Tobichi Origami. Most likely the news has already been relayed to the AST, of course, Takamiya Mana as well.
Hearing that name, Shido showed a sorrowful expression, remembering the scene just now, even though they had just met yesterday. But that girl who introduced herself as his own sister, just like that emotionlessly, using experienced methods to murder Kurumi, was unthinkable.
Understood. I'll give it a try. Before Kurumi gets killed again. Before Mana murders again, let Kurumi fall in love.
Although he was carrying a heavy determination, but he felt disgusted for some reason. After confirming that Shido left the classroom from the corner of her eyes, Origami slowly stood up. Although the fact that Shido did not eat lunch, leaving Yatogami Toka behind, is indeed a cause for concern. However, that aside, there is something that she must do right now. Passing by Toka, who dejectedly let down her shoulders, walking towards the target seat.
Dash, I have something to say.
And then, throwing a cold stare, speaking to the owner of the seat.
It's Origami-san, right? Do you want something from me?
Come here.
Origami curtly responded, and walked out of the classroom just like that. Kurumi used her finger to support her chin, and hesitated for a few seconds, but when Origami walked to the corridor, she hurriedly stood up with a panicked face.
Please hold.
Origami peeked behind her. Her eyes showed a figure of a girl trying her best to chase after Origami, moving those slender limbs that looked as if they would break if they were bumped. Truly, she was a cute girl that everyone would try and protect. However, now that Origami knows her true identity, she only felt displeasure. Just like that, Origami did not slow down, hurrying towards the rooftop door. Before, she had also brought Shido to that location. Normally unfrequented by people, it was a convenient place where one can talk without any intervention. Perhaps it was due to running up the stairs in one go. Kurumi's shoulders heaved, her hand leaning on the handrail. After tens of seconds later, when her breathing returned to normal, Kurumi voiced out.
About that, is anything the matter? I haven't eaten lunch yet.
Origami faced Kurumi, her expressions not changing as she replied.
Why are you still alive? said yesterday.
That's right. Origami yesterday definitely saw it. Kurumi, who had her 4 limbs cut off and head smashed by Mana, perfectly killed. Although she understood Mana's strength, but Ryoko still assembled Origami and the other AST members to surround the spirit in case Mana wasn't able to capture it. Kurumi's eyebrow twitched. A few seconds later, using her right eye that wasn't covered, she observed Origami's face.
-AR. You. It's you. You were definitely there with Manasan yesterday.
The instant Kurumi ended her sentence, Origami swiftly retreated from her original spot. There was no reason behind her actions, just that brain felt that something was off, warning Origami to escape.
Well, that reaction wasn't bad at all. Splendid. Truly splendid. However,
-S.
Origami held her breath. Before she managed to retreat, something grabbed her ankle. Upon a closer look, Kurumi's shadow had expanded without her noticing. From there, 2 white arms extended out. Furthermore, the shadow continued to slowly grow in surface area, climbing onto the walls. And from there, countless arms grew, restraining Origami's arms and head firmly from behind.
Ku.
Although she struggled, but those slender fingers did not let go of Origami's body. Instead, the strength increased, pressing Origami against the wall.
Kihihi, hi hi, it's no use. Even if you struggle, it is useless.
Kurumi laughed. Kurumi wore a twisted smile on her face that could not be imagined a few minutes ago, letting out a laugh that would only cause a deep chill when heard.
I was in your care yesterday. Did you properly dispose of it? My body, that is.
Kurumi approached Origami as she scratched her hair. Suddenly, the left eye hidden behind the fringe was shown, pure golden in color. The pupil did not seem to be the shape of an organ, 12 digits and 2 hands. That's right, that was, just like a clock.
Wanting to know about me, and wanting to make solo contact with me, don't you think you are being too careless? And you even took the trouble to choose a location where people would rarely go to.
It was just as Kurumi said. In the end, was she mistaken by how it ended so quickly yesterday? Or was she mistaken after seeing Kurumi attend school today? Anyway, Origami had miscalculated. Threatening a spirit with such words, she was too careless.
What is your motive?
Even though her throat was being held, she still managed to make a sound. After which, the corner of Kurumi's mouth lifted.
Fu, I wanted to attend school. I guess I'm not lying if I said that, right? But even though I said that, the biggest reason has to be...
After pausing for a moment, Kurumi brought her face closer to a distance where Origami could feel her breath.
Shida-san? Right.
Hearing Shido's name, Origami couldn't help but keep silent. Seeing that reaction, Kurumi looked extremely happy, her smile widening even further.
He is excellent, you know. He is the best. He really looks very delicious. You know? I'm impatient. I can't wait any longer. I want him Ayamoto's power. In order to obtain him, in order to become one with him, I have arrived at this school.
A tremor. Origami felt her back was drenched in cold sweat. She totally did not realize that a spirit would be targeting a single person, and furthermore, that person is Shido. It was completely out of her calculations. However, a question surfaced within Origami in that time. The phrase that Kurumi mentioned just now. What exactly was minus? This train of thought was interrupted by Kurumi. Kurumi's hand started to move across Origami's body.
Origami-san? Tobichi, Origami-san. You are also extremely great, you know. How wonderful, you look so delicious. I can't stand it, I can't take it. I want to eat you up right now.
Cheeks reddening, breathing heavily, her left hand moved to the chest, while the right hand played with the skirt. Saying that, she extended her tongue, leaving a trail of saliva on Origami's face.
Cool.
But I can't. I mustn't. even though this would be a waste, but I must save this enjoyment till the last part.
Kurumi exaggeratedly shook her head, leaving a kiss on Origami's neck, stepping away from her body.
I am going to leave until after Shido-san. May you become even more delicious.
With that said, Kurumi turned around, walking down the stairs. After her figure disappeared, the arms binding Kurumi once again went back into the shadow. Origami crouched onto the floor and started to cough. The expanded shadow along the hallway, as though it was returning to its master, started to shrink in the direction of the corridor.
Shido? Although she doesn't know why, but Kurumi she was, targeting Shido. It'd be bad if she didn't inform headquarters about it. No matter how you think about it, they would never believe that a spirit would be targeting an individual. Dash if Origami is unable to protect Shido this time.
Origami grit her teeth, tightly gripping her fist.
Mew?
Toka sat on the chair and looked up to see the clock on top of the blackboard. Lunch break was almost over. Not eating anything since breakfast, Toka, who is a big eater, was already on the verge of collapsing from hunger. However, she did not open her bento, although Shido had told her to start eating. But Toka felt that it would taste better if Shido ate with her, so she chose not to eat her bento.
Shido.
Students who were playing outside were already slowly making their way back into class. Some impatient ones have already prepared for the next lesson already. However, there was still no sign of Shido to be seen.
Ooh.
Not knowing why, her eyes started to feel hot and felt that it was getting difficult to breathe through her nose, slowly rubbing away her mucus, wiping her eyes. The sleeve of her uniform became damped just at this moment.
Did something happen to Tuka-chan? Why haven't you eaten your lunch? Class is about to start already.
The female trio entered the classroom and spoke to Toka. Looks like they have eaten lunch outside. They are girls who treat Toka rather well. If she remembered correctly, their names were I, Mai, and Me. Looks like they were so close because their names sounded similar.
Wah! What's the matter, Toka-chan? Don't cry. What? Who did this? I said the person who did this. Step out.
The three people surrounded Toka, speaking in harmony. The shoulders of the male classmates gave a violent tremor.
No, it's not like that. No one did anything.
Toka waved her hands hastily, explaining to the trio.
Huh? Really? Then, why? Pollen allergy? Is it because of pollen allergy?
Tuka shook her head, her eyes looking at the bento box by her hand.
Shido, he's still not back yet. Also, thinking about how I haven't been able to properly speak with Shido today, just like that. I don't know why.
Once she said it out, huge teardrops started falling from her eyes.
Toka-chan, it's all right to stop if you don't feel happy. But really now, I don't get it, Suka-kun. How can you let such a cute girl cry? Let's chop off his head and feed it to the pigs.
The trio shouted out in rage. Toka once again stopped them in panic.
No, it's not Shido's fault. It's only I.
Tuka tried to rephrase her words with her limited vocabulary, first explaining that it wasn't Shido's fault, but the reason was that she had become too accustomed to having Shido by her side. After hearing that, I, Mai, and Me all nodded their heads.
So for Toka-chan, as long as you can talk to Itsuka-kun, eat together with him, and play together with him, you would be super happy, right?
AI said. Toka nodded her head.
Goo, how innocent. This time it'd be useless, even if Itsuka-kun kowtows 100 times.
Saying that, Mai wiped imaginary tears away, as though she were acting. Toka's eyes widened.
Just as well, the basement of my house has an iron maiden and a wooden horse.
Me said with a serious expression. Toka tilted her head. The trio looked at Toka, suddenly slapping their thighs with a yosh.
I'm giving it my all for Toka-chan.
I said that, taking out 2 pieces of paper from her pocket.
Hi, that's... Yes, tickets to the Aquarium Tengu Gojuso. Tomorrow's the anniversary of our school's opening, right? Toka-chan, take this, go there with Itsuka-kun tomorrow. Hi. Then that means you and Kashiwada-kun.
Mai wanted to continue speaking. I extended her arm to stop her.
Don't say any more. Toka-chan will feel bad.
As AI said that, Mai and me grabbed Toka's shoulders with expressions of holding back their tears.
Toka-chan, please, you must accept this. Hi, please take it for Ai's sake.
New.
Toka felt that she couldn't ruin the current atmosphere. After hesitating for a while, she innocently took the tickets from A. The very next instant, A collapsed.
Toka-chan, you and Itsuka-kun must reach happiness. Ai. Get a hold on yourself. The wound is still shallow.
Tuka, not knowing what is going on, held the ticket and looked left and right. It felt as though if she accepted it, she would be doing something wrong. Tuka returned the tickets to Ai's hand with teary eyes.
Phew!
AI instantly revived.
Ai. It's a miracle. Wrong.
Ai, who suddenly calmed down, once again passed the tickets to Toka's hands.
You can't return this, Toka-chan. Take this and go invite Itsuka-kun.
Invite?
Yes, just say let's go on a date tomorrow.
With those words, Toka's eyes grew wider. A date, that is, referring to an activity where a boy and a girl goes out and play.
Ah, that's wonderful. After thinking closely, it felt like she hasn't went out with Shidao on a date recently, having a date after so long. If it's like that, it would be great. However, there is still one problem. I have to invite him?
Tuka said while sweating in panic.
Yeah, just once. Having the girl ask a guy once in a while isn't that bad.
But what if I were to be rejected?
Tuka looked uneasy as she said so. The trio shrugged their shoulders, sighing with a foo.
Okay. You can't think about being rejected now. Although if it fails, we would still punish Itsuka-kun by parading him in public. But we are going to impart to you a secret move.
Secret move?
Right. In short, that means playing with a man's lust. If Toka-chan were to employ such a move, you'd be able to obtain the power to control a country.
No, I don't need such a thing.
All right. First of all,
Toka listened to Ai talk about the secret move while nodding her head all the time. When the last homeroom ended, Shido immediately rose from his seat, walking towards Kurumi's direction. At this moment, he could feel the coy gaze of Toka at his right, as well as Origami's demonic, absolute zero stare on his left. He decided to ignore them as he continued moving forward.
Kurumi, do you have a minute?
Saying that, he pointed to the direction of the corridor, after which he walked out of the classroom. Kurumi followed closely behind. After walking to a location without people, he turned to face Kurumi.
Shido-san, is something bothering you?
Sorry for being so sudden. Kurumi, are you free tomorrow?
Yes, I am.
About that, if it's possible, can I take you around the area for a walk?
That's...
To put it simply, that would be a date, I suppose.
Instantly, Kurumi's expressions brightened.
Really?
Is that okay with you?
Of course. It would be my honor.
Really then, tomorrow at 10:30, I'll meet you in front of the ticket station of Tengu Station.
Yes, I'll be waiting.
Kurumi said with all smiles. Shido returned to the classroom after raising his hand and said, "Well then, see you tomorrow." At this moment, opening the classroom door, he found Origami standing there.
Hi.
Dash, what did you say to her?
Staring at Shido with sharp gaze, her calm voice sounded out with no intonations.
No, no, it's nothing.
Answer me. This is very...
If I continue to be interrogated like this, I may leak it out by accident.
After Shido made that self-judgment, he went past Origami, walking up to his desk and took his bag.
I have to go first because of something. Toka, let's go home.
No? Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Saying that, he escaped before the interrogation. Toka barely managed to react as she chased after Shido. Running a short while, after confirming that Origami could not catch up, did he dare to slow down his footsteps.
What's with that all of a sudden, Shido?
No, in short that was, well, something like that. Let's go home first.
Ooh.
Tuka nodded her head, still feeling confused, although he did feel surprised. Well, there's no need to ask further. Shido entered the corridor, changed his shoes at the entrance, and walked out of school.
That Shido.
Toka, who was always very fluent, voiced out, looking slightly panicky.
What's the matter, Toka?
About that.
At this point, Toka was flipping through her bag in search of something. For reasons unknown, she furtively looked around, looking down while blushing.
What's the matter? Did something happen?
It's nothing. Let's hurry up and go home.
Toka looked around as she forcefully said, seemingly wanting Shido to lead the way as she slowly followed behind.
What's with her, that fellow?
Despite feeling curious about Toka's peculiar actions, but they continued to keep it this way as they walked home. Although he wasn't sure why, but on the way back, Toka still did not show her face. Not long after, they finally reached the Itsuka residence and the apartment made for spirits to live in.
Ooh, then goodbye then. Are you eating dinner at my house tonight?
At this point, Shido's greeting with his hand raised as usual was cut short midway. The reason was simple. Toka did not walk towards the apartment, but towards the Itsuka residence.
Toka? Aren't you going to change your clothes first?
It's fine. Hurry up and open the door already.
Well, whatever you say then.
She still had to go to the Itsuka house for dinner anyway, so there wasn't any problem about coming early. Shido took out the key from his pocket, opening the door.
I'm home.
Since the door was locked, it meant that Kotori still have yet to return home. But he said it out of reflex anyway. Taking off his shoes at the entrance and entering the house, just like that he walked to the living room, lightly stretching at the sofa after placing his bag down. Looks like Toka, who had followed behind Shido, had just locked the entrance. Toka entered the living room with her head still lowered.
It's okay if it's unlocked. After all, Kotori is returning home soon too.
However, Toka did not make a reply. Instead, she put down her bag, reached her hand inside, taking out two ticket-like objects.
Shishido, if it's okay with you, that.
After that, she suddenly raised her head, as though she just remembered something.
There, that's right. I must do it properly, huh?
Properly? Do what?
Just as Shido was left in confusion, Toka hastily ran towards the windows of the living room, pulling the thick curtains.
Hey, Toka.
Just a moment. Okay, start preparations.
Preparations? What is...
However, Toka still did not reply. This time she took out a memo from her bag, placing it on the table. Then, she placed her hands on her hips with a troubled expression, slowly rolling up her skirt, a technique girls often use to temporarily shorten their skirt. Toka's healthy thighs gradually showed themselves.
Hey, Toka.
Unable to understand the reason for Toka's actions, Shido frowned while his face was dripping in sweat. Next, Toka loosened the butterfly knot on her uniform, unbuttoning her shirt from the top. The second, the third, she actually undid 4 of them. From the gap between the shirt, Toka's white chest could be glimpsed. Shido couldn't help but turn his eyes away.
What are you doing, Toka? If you wanted to change, then you should do it in your own house.
Shido.
Toka interrupted Shido's words, using her mouth to hold the tickets, going on all fours, making the pose of a female leopard. On a side note, her face was as red as a cooked tomato.
Like this.
Wow, what are you doing? What in the world is this?
Shido spoke in confusion. Toka looked regretful as she said, It doesn't work, taking out the ticket from her mouth. Doesn't work or not, he totally did not get a single clue of what she's thinking. However, Toka looked at the memo on the table once more.
Oh, okay.
She shouted as though trying to raise her own spirits, taking the tickets. Although, this time she placed the tickets into her exposed chest and then, tilted her head. It looked like they wouldn't stay in position. Therefore, Toka slightly bent forward, using her left hand on her chest to make a cleavage and placed the ticket inside, after which she gave Shido a look.
Wah.
Feeling like he had just seen something bad, Shido involuntarily took a step backwards.
Shido, about that.
Ooh. Oh. What is it?
Tomorrow, won't you go on a date with me?
Huh? Date?
Oh,
Toka exaggeratedly nodded, displaying the ticket at her chest.
That right? Is she asking me to take it from there? If I don't take the ticket from there, Toka's actions are probably going to go up another level. Shido is also a sophomore in high school, a boy undergoing puberty. It's impossible to say that he was not interested, but he couldn't just say okay just like that.
His face dripping with sweat, trembling hands slowly stretched towards Toka's chest. And, taking extreme caution to not touch Toka's breasts, he took the ticket from her.
Oh!
Toka's expressions immediately brightened, correcting her posture. The next instant, Toka had adjusted her skirt, covering her chest and taking her bag.
Tomorrow, we'll meet at 10 at the statue patchy in front of the station. Fair? Then I'll go and change now.
Saying that, Toka ran out of the living room at a speed faster than the eye can see. ****** running down the hallway, opening the lock to the entrance and went outside.
What was that all about?
Shido dumbly muttered. His eyes fell onto the ticket in her hand. Looks like a ticket to the aquarium. Where did it come from? Following that, his eyes moved to the memo that Toka placed onto the table. On it, with cursive writing the words, Toka Chand, Seduction Planned. The bottom was written the following. The pose of a female leopard. Use your breasts to hold the ticket. 3. If those two doesn't work, then push him down.
Although he wasn't very sure, but looks like it had been very dangerous just now. This is...
As Shido was confused, a ***** sound could once again be heard from the entrance. Instantly thinking that Toka had returned, he readied his posture, but it was not. Walking into the living room was Kotori with black ribbons in her hair.
I'm home.
Probably finding it suspicious that the room was so dark, Kotori frowned.
Pulling the curtains when it is still daylight. What kind of dirty things are you doing, Shido?
I didn't do anything.
Well, whatever works for you. What's that in your hand?
To tell you the truth, I got it from Toka, an invitation to a date.
After Shido said that, Kotori let out a whistle, feeling impressed.
Oh my, an invitation from Toka. That's a good sign. When is it? We'll provide support.
It's tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Kotori showed a complicated expression.
Hold on. If it is tomorrow, aren't you already dating Kurumi?
At those words, Shido remembered. He had forgotten it under the impact that Toka's seductive poses gave him. That's right, he had agreed to date Kurumi tomorrow.
Oh crap, can I back out now?
After Shido said that, Kotori sadly shook her head.
You can't. If you canceled a date that you've promised, it'll obviously create a massive impact on Toka's mental state. Her loneliness had been showing an upward trend since this morning.
I'm not saying that promises are...
Most importantly, is how Toka thinks. Well, no way around it. We'll fully send you our support. You have to make sure that both dates succeed.
Uh-huh. That kind of...
At this point, just as Shido wished to continue speaking, the handphone in his pocket started to vibrate. Looking at the screen, it was from a number that he did not know. Feeling slightly odd, he answered the phone. From the other end of the phone came a calm voice.
Hello!
This voice, are you Origami?
Yes!
Origami gave a short reply to acknowledge. A trickle of sweat ran down Shido's face.
Did I tell you my handphone number before?
Origami did not reply. After a moment of silence, she continued to speak.
Tomorrow is a holiday.
That's right.
You can't be left alone.
Shido replied in shock. Origami continued to speak with no changes in her intonation.
11 in the morning. I'll be waiting at the plaza outside Tengu Station.
Huh?
Date!
Huh?
You definitely must come.
Leaving behind such a line, she ended the phone call. In the end, not one of Shido's questions was answered.
Who was that?
No, it's Origami. I don't know why, but she wants, with me, a date.
Huh?
Kotori raised her eyebrows and shouted.
Speaking of date, it can't possibly be tomorrow, right?
It's just that, impossible.
Kotori used her hand to support her forehead as she sighed heavily.
Got it. You will be meeting with Toka at 10 in the morning. The location was the aquarium located east of Tengu City. After that midway, you will make up a reason to sneak out. You will be picked up by Piranha once you're outside. Following that at 10:30, you will meet with Kurumi at the ticketing booth, returning to the plaza outside the station to see Tobichi Origami. However, at this point, Toka would have been placed aside for 30 minutes. You will need to immediately rectify the situation. The same goes for the rest of the girls. You'll need to reduce the time gap between them and make proper adjustments. You cannot leave each one of them alone for too long. We will take care of the schedule here, Shido, no matter what you do. In order to not let them feel down, you have to persuade them with warm words. Although the priority here was to let Kurumi fall in love with you to the point where you can kiss her, but you must not hurt Toka's feelings, and it would be troublesome if Tobichi Origami were to find out. In short, I say, Shido, are you listening properly?
I heard you. But whether he properly stored them inside his brain was a totally different issue altogether.
Shido muttered in his heart, faking a cough as though he was trying to cover it up. He replied to Kotori's voice in the transmitter. In the end, Shido was unable to reject the invitations of Toka and Origami, thus forcefully forming a triple date situation.
Originally, the date with Kurumi should be placed on the topmost priority. However, if he were to go back on his promise, Toka's mental state would deteriorate significantly, risking the backflow of spiritual power. And because of the possibility of barging into Toka's and Kurumi's date, Origami cannot be left alone as well. And the result is this hellish schedule.
It's useless if you just listen, you know. Ingrain it properly into your brain.
Was he seen through? Sweat dripped down his face.
Well, whatever. Basically, just act accordingly as the situation goes. Are you ready?
Probably.
After saying that, he took a good look at his clothing. Shido at present was wearing a simple attire consisting of a navy blue shirt and beige-colored pants. Kotori read that. It was normal to see amateurs fail because of focusing too much here and there. Therefore, it was okay if the clothes are not of good quality. What's most important was cleanliness.
Now then, it's almost time. Let our battle date begin.
Saying that, Shido took a deep breath, as though trying to suppress his nervousness. At present, Shido was standing in front of the dog statue at the east entrance of Tengu Station. Although it had an actual name, but due to its similarity with the loyal dog at Shibuya Station, the nearby residents call it Pachi, with both sarcasm and endearment. Due to it being placed in front of the station, hence it was the same as Hachi, having the functions of a rendezvous point. Surrounding Shido, many other people could be seen. At this point, a familiar voice entered Shido's eardrums, as though rending apart the crowd.
Shido.
Turning his head towards the direction of the sound. Over there was Toka, who was displaying a smile that was brighter than the sun. She was not wearing the usual school uniform, but an attire comprising of a thin shirt and hot pants. She looked as though they were tailor-made for her.
This is...
Just as Shido was staring at Toka in a daze, Reina's voice was heard through the transmitter.
Ah, as expected of Toka. She looks great no matter what she wears. Well, let's not ask too many questions. Not bad, right?
Yeah. Shido dumbly replied. Not bad was an understatement. It was on the level of excellence. His attention was grabbed in an instant.
Shidai.
Sorry. I was distracted. It suits you. You're very cute, Toka.
Wha?
At Shido's words, Toka's face was dyed red, flailing her arms wildly and turned around.
Al? All right. Already. Let's go. Hurry up.
What's with you? What's with the Rushig?
But at this point, Shido suddenly clammed up. It was because Toka, who had been walking in front, stopped all of a sudden, bumping into her as a result.
Toka? What's wrong?
Mew.
Toka turned her head around with slanted eyebrows as though troubled. Her face still had traces of red.
Shido, speaking of which, where exactly are we supposed to go?
Isn't it the aquarium?
Toka revealed a troubled expression. Looks like she does not know the exact location.
Hold on for a second.
Shido took out the ticket from his wallet, his eyes looking at the map on the opposite side of the ticket.
Let me see. Tengu Gojuso, huh? Then it's just right opposite us.
Saying that, he pointed in the opposite direction that Toka was walking at. Toka immediately turned around, closely following behind Shido. She more or less must be wanting him to lead the way. At this moment, noticing a familiar figure entering his line of sight, Shido furrowed his brows. Forcefully stopping himself from turning around, he shifted his vision to the left side. At the plaza that was separated by a single road, in front of the fountain, it was the figure of Tobiichi Origami. With an attire consisting of a sweater and a miniskirt, a small bag slung on her shoulder, she maintained an unmoving posture. For people who did not know anything, they probably would think that she was a human-sized model.
The time to meet with Origami was 11 a.m. The current time was 10:05 a.m. It's too early no matter how you look at it.
New? Is something wrong, Shido?
No, nothing at all. Let's hurry up and get a move on.
It would be bad to stay here and keep looking at Origami. Shido moved Toka to his right side, as though trying to cover her, turning his face to Toka's direction, and started to walk.
Ara, just like that. Not letting the girl walk along the road, and not letting her out of your sights. Although it's old-fashioned, but it was also unexpectedly gratifying in its own unique way.
Is that so?
Shido bitterly smiled as he softly replied to Kotori. Although it wasn't his intention to do so, but at least the result was still all right. Origami finally disappeared from his line of sight. At this point, Toka, who was walking beside him, spoke.
Speaking of which, Shido.
En? What's the matter?
What exactly is an aquarium?
What? Toka, don't tell me you've never been there before.
Don't be mistaken, Shida's the only one that I'll go on a date with.
What's going on? My face was getting warm. Usually she would answer with, D, don't get me wrong, it's just going to the aquarium, right? Or the like.
Clearing his throat as though trying to calm himself down, Shido spoke.
If we're talking about the aquarium, it's just a place with a lot of fish.
What?
Toka spoke with wide-open eyes.
Shioriaki?
No.
Then stir-fried?
I told you that you're wrong already.
Don't tell me it is aqua puzza.
Huh?
Don't tell me it's steamed.
I'm not talking about eating. Besides, why are you so knowledgeable in those cooking methods?
Although he didn't know where she learned such knowledge from, but it was to such an extreme extent. Shido would probably be stumped by her knowledge if it weren't for his expertise in the culinary arts.
Moo, am I wrong?
Yeah. It's a place to see aquatic creatures swim around.
Fish, swim, sim.
Tuka frowned with an expression of high alert. Now that she mentioned it, Tuka had probably never seen fish aside from being gourmet food before.
Ah, well, you'll know once you see it. Let's go then.
Moo, moo, moo. That's right.
Shido led Toka, who was nodding, moving forward along the road. Not long later, the two arrived at their destination Tengu Gojuso. Recently completed only last year, it was a hybrid commercial facility that was considered new. Various guest houses and indoor playgrounds, cinemas, and a large-scale shopping center were lined up beside it, just like a mini-sized shopping district. And because it was a new attraction, popularity was very high. One can usually observe a large number of people frequenting the area.
Ah, there. That's the aquarium.
Shido.
At this moment, Toka suddenly held Shido's hand.
Huh? Toka? What's the matter?
New, we might get lost with so many people around.
Yo, you're right.
As Shido tried to control his rapidly beating heart, he held Toka's hand in response, walking into the aquarium together. Passing the ticket to the personnel, they stepped into the dark interior of the aquarium. Following that,
Wait, what is this?
at the same time the hand that was being held trembled. Toka's voice echoed within the aquarium. The surrounding tourists looked at Shido and Toka together.
Toka. We must be quiet here.
Oh, Umu, I'm sorry. But Shido, this is awesome.
Toka slightly lowered her volume and raised her face. The interior of the aquarium had a layer of glass. Fish species of all shapes and sizes were swimming around. The scale of it was so large even Shido couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It would be natural for Toka to be shocked at this scene.
Are these all fish?
Tuka asked while not looking at the ground as she walked.
Ah, that's right. Beautiful, right?
Oh, ew, it's beautiful.
Saying that, Toka let go of Shido's hand, shuffling up to the front, firmly pressing her hands onto the huge glass wall. In front of her eyes, a large shoal of tiny fish swam by. Toka's eyes grew round, tightly following the shoal's movements. Seeing her like this was somehow cute. Shido couldn't help but smile.
Shido, let's go further in and have a look.
Okay, then.
Just at this moment, the earphone in his right ear gave a shrill alarm. Shido's shoulders involuntarily shook.
Shido, it's almost time for you to meet with Kurumi. We'll pick you up. Hurry up and go to a secluded area.
Shido, you're not coming.
Probably feeling puzzled at Shido, who suddenly stopped in his footsteps, Toka inclined her head with a confused expression.
About that.
Shido's gaze swam about for a moment, after which he slightly bent his body forwards while holding his stomach.
It hurts.
What's the matter, Shido?
No. My stomach is a little. I'm going to the toilet. Can you wait a while?
Are you all right? If it really hurts, then Kotori should.
No need. It's not as serious to that extent, so don't worry so much. Okay?
Oh, you.
Although Shido already said it like that, but Toka was still looking at Shido with an expression of utmost concern. A strong sense of guilt expanded within his chest. But if he continues to be indecisive, then Kurumi would be left waiting. Shido walked towards the exit, feeling like someone who left an abandoned puppy inside a cardboard box.
I'll try to make it back as soon as possible. Go look at the fish first.
Ooh. I got it. If you really can't stand it, then you must immediately contact Kotori, all right?
Oh, yeah.
Shido nodded his head, walking off while holding his stomach. Walking around the corner, out of Toka's line of sight, Shido corrected his posture, breaking into a full run.
Well, you really were waiting.
When Shido arrived in front of the ticketing booth still panting heavily, Kurumi was already there. She was wearing a frock and long skirt that seems to be of extremely high quality. However, because they were all pitch black, it looked as though she was wearing funeral clothing.
No, I just arrived here myself.
After saying that, Kurumi lightly smiled. Shido readjusted his breathing, facing Kurumi once more.
Sorry, I was slightly late.
Ufufu, you don't have to really rush, you know.
No. Well,
Shido smiled as he vaguely explained. Although he could move around at fast speeds due to Fraxinus, but in order to transfer, they had to move to a secluded area without any obstacles. In order to move from the aquarium that was high in human traffic to the entrance of the station, he had to run quite a long distance first.
Now then, today's main event is starting. Do a good job.
Kotori said. Shido tapped his earphone to indicate his acknowledgement. Today's biggest mission was to kiss with Kurumi and seal off her spirit power. At the same time that he reaffirmed his conviction, Kurumi's lips entered his line of sight. Shido couldn't help but scratch his cheek. At that moment, Kurumi gave a deep bow.
I'm extremely grateful that you invited me today. I'm very happy. Then, where shall we go first?
Right.
At the same time Shido spoke, his right ear could hear Kotori's voice saying, "Wait a moment." On Fraxinus's main monitor, multiple choices were displayed. Have a love shopping date inside the large shopping mall. Watch a sweet romance movie together. Inside the lingerie store, observe her as she tries them out.
Everyone, choose!
Saying that, the mini display on Kotori's palm immediately displayed the results. The same time Kotori nodded, the voices of the crew members echoed from the bottom of the bridge.
We must choose. 2 here. Inside a dark room unintentionally overlapping hands. There's no other choice other than this. No, of course we must choose. 1. Girls love shopping the most.
Indeed, it looked as though both choices are feasible. However, Kotori scratched her cheek. The largest shopping mall and cinema closest to here is at Tengu Gojuso, right, where Toka is. Although it didn't feel as though they would bump into each other, but there's no need to increase uncertain factors. Then with that, the only option left is…
If it's obviously would cause one to feel grossed out, right?
Kotori ended off with a troubled tone. Reina's voice sounded out from below.
No. From the numbers, as well as yesterday's reaction, we cannot totally say for certain that she would reject the idea.
Kotori frowned and nodded. Although the risk was high, but if it works, then it would prove to a large extent that Kurumi likes Shido to a certain degree. It's just like using litmus paper.
Shido, please bring her to the lingerie store inside the station's building.
Ooh, understood. That's not right, huh?
From the loudspeaker, Shido's stupefied voice resounded.
Kurumi, do you have anything you'd like to buy? Or see? For example, something to wear, and the like?
Do you mean Western clothing? I do wish to take a look at those.
Western clothing, you say? How about the ones that you wear inside?
Inside?
At this point, she probably caught on to what he had meant. Kurumi's cheeks slightly reddened.
No, it's indeed strange, right? All right, then let's choose a different.
Shido's forehead perspired as he readied himself to leave. Just then the hem of his clothes was suddenly forcefully held. Turning to look, Kurumi's eyes were gazing upwards at Shido.
Will Shido?
Huh?
Shido nodded while feeling troubled. Kurumi showed a shy smile.
Foo-foo, well then, please. Choose a cute one, okay?
Alright.
It was he who first invited her. Furthermore, she didn't seem to dislike it. Shido started moving forwards with stiff movements akin to a robot.
That was surprising. She actually agreed.
Hey.
It was your instruction in the first place. Shido lightly jabbed the earphone. Just at this moment, the plaza opposite the station entered his sights. In front of the fountain, he could see the figure of Origami, whose posture was unchanged since 30 minutes ago. However, one cannot totally say that there was no change at all. It's probably due to the large volume of people. A male trio was talking to Origami in an attempt to pick her up, but Origami did not move an inch. It was as though she didn't even perceive their existence at all. At this point, one of the trio, possibly feeling frustrated at being ignored, grabbed Origami's shoulder. Origami then used graceful movements to twist the man's arm, bringing him to the ground. It probably hurt a lot, the man groaned with tears in his eyes. However, the man's companions were frozen in fear. Afterwards, the surrounding people who heard the commotion started to gather around. In the end, even the police arrived, taking the men with them. Origami then returned to her original position, as though nothing happened at all.
Shido.
Kurumi asked, probably thinking that Shido, who stopped walking with his face dripping with sweat, was acting suspicious.
No. It's nothing.
Shido acted like he didn't see Origami, entering the building near the train station. After which they arrived at the lingerie store on the 3rd floor by taking the elevator. Although Shido came to the building many times, but it was the first time that he entered such a space. Since the entrance, large amounts of sexy female lingerie were lined up. Of course, whether it was the store attendants or the customers, everyone here was female. When Shido entered the store, curious glances were shot at him from the surrounding people in an instant. Although he felt better by having Kurumi by his side, but this was not a place that makes him happy.
Well, how cute. Which one does Shido-san think is good?
Kurumi immediately found her targets, displaying 2 sets of underwear. Both sets were adorned with cute designs of exquisite lace. Shido involuntarily blushed.
Yeah, well, then.
Shido, hold on for a moment.
On the monitor of the bridge, another multiple-choice window was displayed. The right one, the flirtatious design with black lace as a foundation. The left one, a refreshing pale blue design. I prefer the one that reveals some more, pointing to the lingerie displayed at the back.
Everybody choose!
Following Kotori's shout, the tabulated results were shown soon after. Although there was a difference of millimeters, but, unexpectedly, had the most votes.
Since we're already here, we must of course take the offensive, numbing the target's senses at the start. Then, when it's time to kiss, resistance encountered would be a lot less.
Voices of the crew echoed. Kotori groaned as she supported her chin with her hand.
Well, since the AI already gave us a third option, then we should try it out to see its value. Nins, Shido, it's 3. Choose the lingerie behind Kurumi.
Kotori finished. The Shido in the image pointed behind Kurumi.
Well, although both of them aren't that bad, but I prefer the one over there.
Following instructions, he pointed behind Kurumi. At this point, Shido's cheeks suddenly twitched a few times. Hanging over there was, made of material that was almost transparent, an extremely dangerous item.
Does Shido-san like this kind?
No. How do you put it?
Just as Shido was in a confused mess, Kurumi placed the lingerie in her hands back to their original positions, taking up the sexy lingerie Shido pointed at after hesitating for a while.
No, Kurumi. You don't have to force yourself.
No, it is because Shido specially chose this. Of course I must try it on. Please see if it fits okay?
That is... oh, yeah.
Shido nodded his head. Kurumi entered the fitting room in front of his eyes, drawing up the curtains. Naturally, it became a situation where Shido was left by himself inside the store. It feels as though the reality of his surroundings have become more intense. It feels as though an uncomfortable atmosphere had wrapped itself around his body. At this moment, Shido's shoulder was prodded by someone. Turning behind with surprise, standing right there were a trio of girls. Although he was stunned for a moment, but he immediately remembered. They were indeed Shido's classmates, the trio A, Mai, and me.
Yeah, Itsuka-kun. Why are you at this kind of place? Cross-dressing fetish? Speaking of which, weren't you supposed to go to the aquarium with Toka-chan on a date today? Huh? Don't tell me you went back on your words? You want to die?
I, Mai, me spoke up one after another.
Huh? No.
Shido involuntarily became confused. Although he was curious as to why does the female trio know about the promise between him and Toka, but that isn't the point right now. If they find out about him being with Kurumi right now, there could be a very dangerous situation in the future. Probably noticing that Shido was acting abnormally, the three of them angrily stared at Shido.
Huh? Wait, really? I can't believe it. Did you actually reject Toka-chan's invitation?
No, it's not like that. I was just about to go there now.
Shido shook his head in a panic. The trio responded with suspicious glances.
Is that true? If you are lying, I won't forgive you. My father is in cadre of a black magic cult. It's possible to cast a curse such as contact with a girl will shorten your lifespan by a year, you know? That's right. Letting Toka-chan cry is not something that can be easily resolved, you know? My mother is a SM Jo-sama. She can instruct you till you can say your thanks in tears, you know? If that is true, then I'll make you disappear. My uncle has an occupation overseas as a killer. I'll use the kill one for another coupon I had on my birthday, you know?
Using a voucher to kill someone? Besides, who else are you trying to have killed?
Unable to stop himself from shouting, Shido sighed.
Hey, at the very least, as long as you didn't break your promise with Toka, we would be very relieved.
At this moment, the fitting room curtains opened.
How is it?
Kurumi rubbed her knees together, seemingly embarrassed, wearing lingerie that had a surface area that was seriously lacking for a high school student. Even though it was barely able to provide cover, her pearl-white skin was exposed.
Hold it, Itsuka-kun.
In an instant, it felt as though the surrounding temperature plummeted.
This is.
At this moment, just as Shido was about to give an excuse, his right ear heard a shrill alarm.
Shido, it's time. Although I wanted to focus on Kurumi, but if we're late and she comes to find us, it'll be troublesome. Go to Tobiichi.
Even if you put it that way.
All right already. Hurry up and go. Don't forget to say you're cute to Kurumi, okay?
Understood.
Shido, with his mind made up, said, "It hurts," holding his stomach.
I'm sorry, Kurumi. My stomach isn't feeling very well. I'm going to the toilet, so please wait a while. Also, that underwear suits you a lot. You look very cute.
Shido left after throwing such a line down. Behind, Kurumi's face turned red. However, the three people at his surroundings gave out terrifying growls targeting Shido's back.
Hold it right there, Ree. Why is Tokisaki here? And your relationship with her is close enough to pick such a lewd underwear for her. Are you just playing around with Toka-chan? I'm really deliberating as to whether to stab you or shoot you to death.
Shido escaped while feeling like he was about to cry.
So, sorry. Origami, I'm slightly late.
Shido said while heavily panting. Origami expressionlessly stared at Shido's eyes and replied,
There is no problem. I just arrived here as well.
Doubt. After using a huge amount of effort to suppress the urge to say that. Origami had been here for an hour at least, but it would be suspicious for Shido to know about that. Where are we going today?
Movie.
Shido's face twitched. If we are talking about the closest cinema here.
Hey Origami, where is the cinema?
Tengu Gojuso.
So it really is there.
Shido showed an awkward smile. lightly tapping the earpiece.
Yeah. Because there's a possibility of making contact with Toka. It's not very desirable. Ask for another location and see.
About that origami. If it's okay with you, can we change another locations?
As Shido was about to continue, Origami handed a ticket to him.
I'll give this to you first. Don't lose it.
Yes.
The initiative was totally taken away from him, and the ticket was already prepared. If he were to reject it again, it would seem unnatural.
Well, there's no other way then. Since the area is large, it should be okay as the facilities that they're going to are different.
That's true.
Shido softly said, looking towards Origami.
Well then, let's go.
Origami nodded. The two of them started to walk. However, Origami suddenly hugged Shido's elbow, forcefully pressing her body onto his. Shido couldn't help but freeze up.
That is, Origami-san. What are you doing?
Just linking arms.
A quick and simple reply. Realizing that saying nothing would work, he started to walk again with his heart beating wildly. His arm at times would transfer the feeling of something soft at times. Shido's eyes started to swim wildly, miraculously feeling that time was passing by extremely slowly. Walking along the road that he and Toka walked on earlier, he relaxed as soon as he reached Tengu Gojuso. It felt as though he suddenly aged a year. Entering their destination, for some reason Origami started to walk towards the aquarium.
Hey, Origami. Where are you going? Isn't the cinema supposed to be over here?
Hastily grabbing Origami's elbow, but Origami extended her finger, silently pointing towards the front.
It's not screening time yet. Let's go and eat lunch first.
Huh?
Looking in the direction that Origami pointed to. Beside the aquarium, a restaurant could be spotted.
I see. Is that so?
Shido gulped in relief. However, the aquarium where Toka was at was right under his nose. If it's like that, it could be bad for his mental health. There should be other places where they can eat. Just as Shido was about to suggest a change of location, he was half forcefully dragged off. At the same time Shido was at a loss at what to do, he had already entered the restaurant. It seems that a table was booked in advance. Origami gave her name, bringing him to the window seat. It seems that even the food had been ordered beforehand. The waiter left after affirming their order for beverages. After which, for a period of time, the two of them sat facing each other, maintaining silence.
Say something for goodness sake, Shido.
Shido scratched his cheek and opened his mouth.
Hey Origami, why did you want to have a date with me today?
As Shido finished, Origami stared into Shido's eyes.
I'm not going to let you be by yourself for today.
Shido's eyebrows knitted together, but Origami continued speaking, not minding that.
After the date, come to my house.
Huh? What? Why?
Afterwards, I want you to stay for a period of time.
Shido couldn't help but yell. The surrounding customers seemed to be shocked as well, their eyes turning towards them. But Shido did not have any spare thoughts to pay attention to them.
How can this be? That kind of...
I'm serious.
Shido's eyes swam about, speechless. In truth, Origami's eyes were as serious as her words, meaning to say what she said earlier was definitely not a joke. At this moment, the heavens really lent him a helping hand. The waiter brought the food over, using experienced hands to place the dishes onto the table, explained the dishes in a short and simple way, leaving after placing the bill onto the table.
Why don't we eat first? The food will get cold. Okay.
When Shido finished speaking, Origami nodded her head with a look of understanding, placing food in his mouth while in confusion. To tell the truth, he could hardly taste anything. As he was about to finish eating, an alarm sounded in his right ear.
Shido, Toka is feeling very uneasy right now. Come back for now. It's all right since you're troubled right now, correct?
Shido tapped his earphone to indicate his acknowledgement, after which he stood up.
NN, origami. Sorry, I have to use the washroom for a while.
Shido said that, passing by the toilet, and walked outside of the restaurant. Shido showed his ticket stub, once again entering the aquarium, subsequently spotting Toka's figure at a location near the entrance. Her brows formed in V with unease, looking around as though she was trying to find someone. As to who that someone was, there was no need to think. It couldn't be anyone else but Shido.
Toka.
Shido walked closer, calling out to her. Toka's gloomy expression immediately brightened up.
Shido, are you alright?
How do I put it?
Saying that, Shido patted his stomach with a paw. Toka let out a deep sigh as though she was relieved. Not knowing why, he felt that his conscience was being overwhelmed by guilt.
Nu.
Toka embarrassedly lowered her head. Shido gave a bitter smile. She's probably hungry, although that was understandable. After all, it was already lunchtime.
Tuka, it seems that you can use the ticket stub to enter the aquarium again. Do you want to eat something first?
Umu. That's great.
As Shido ended his sentence, Toka vigorously nodded her head.
Well then, what shall we do? Toka, do you have something that you'd like to eat?
Hanan, does Shido have anything you'd like to eat?
Huh? Me? If you ask me.
Shido rubbed his stomach. Because he just ate, his stomach didn't feel hungry at all. However, as Shido said that, Toka revealed an uneasy expression once more.
Shido, does your stomach still hurt? It seems like we have to tell Kotori about this.
Although he didn't know why, but he felt that he had to go for another round of lunch again. So, sorry, I've kept you waiting.
After eating with Toka, Shido returned to the building where Kurumi was at, rubbing his full stomach as he spoke.
No, aside from that, are you all right?
Kurumi asked, seemingly concerned. On a side note, in her hand was a bag from the lingerie store.
How do I put it? Don't tell me you bought that underwear.
N-dash. That's because Shido-san said that it suited me.
Shido felt embarrassed, scratching his cheek. As though trying to change the subject, he looked at his surroundings. Well, although it was weird for Shido to be looking around inside a lingerie store for females.
And, now that you've mentioned it, where did the three girls go?
After Shido-san went to the washroom, they left.
Is that so?
Shido sighed. At least his life seems to have been spared.
They left a message for you. That is, Itsuka-kun. Tomorrow, prepare to cry.
Taking back his words. Tomorrow, he's a goner.
At this moment, Kurumi spoke while observing Shido's expression.
I say, Shido-san.
What is it?
Shido tilted his head. Kurumi showed an innocent smile, saying a sentence that brought him to despair.
It's almost time for lunch now, isn't it? Fu, that Shido-san. It was supposed to be an important date, but he seems awfully busy today.
Sitting on the long bench at the park, Kurumi lightly sighed. The current time was 3:30 p.m. The total number of times Shido ran off to the toilet was 30. It had been 5 hours since the date started, but the time that they spent together was only about a third of that.
Well, it's fine, I guess.
Kurumi used her palm to support her chin, laughing lightly with a fufu. That's right. That was only a small issue. Everything was just a process, not a stretch of time.
After all, in the end, he'll still become mine.
Using her index finger to lightly tap her cheek, she hummed a song on a whim. Closing her eyes, the face of Shido naturally surfaced in her mind.
It was possible that this feeling was what humans call love. From the moment she found out about Shido, regardless of whether she was sleeping or awake, issues regarding him kept appearing in her mind. I want to know more about him, his interests, his thoughts, his flavor. He
Kurumi's smile deepened. She stood up and lightly stretched. Delusions kept popping up in her head. Her body started to feel hot for some reason, as though she wanted to drink something cold. Just as well, there was a vending machine nearby. Since Shido won't be back for some time, it should be fine to leave just for a moment. Kurumi walked through the park with light footsteps. Kurumi went through the park, reaching a quiet alleyway. Reaching the vending machine, suddenly her eyebrows twitched. She was in a good mood, but her ears heard an unpleasant sound. Kurumi wordlessly started walking, stopping at a dead end even further inside the alley.
What are you all doing here?
And spoke while silently half opening her eyes.
Hi?
The youths seemed to be frightened by Kurumi's voice, turning around. Over there were 4 people. All of them were carrying guns, but this was Japan. Most likely their model guns, facing the depths of the alleyway. And in the deepest part of that dead end, she saw a shadow slightly quivering. It was a cat, a kitten that was born not long ago, dragging its feet while crying out, "Me, me." At this point, Kurumi understood. They were probably test-firing their model guns. It was an easy way to relieve stress. Well, it was as she saw it. Kurumi narrowed her eyes.
What's the matter? Are you going to threaten us? Hey, what are you going to do about it? A girl?
Everyone seemed to notice Kurumi's presence, looking at her together.
We're really sorry. This place is currently occupied. Go over there.
Saying that, they waved their hands as though trying to chase Kurumi away. However, Kurumi took a step forward, revealing a smile full of charm.
Please don't say that. I have some knowledge about the use of guns, you know. May I join in?
One of the youths glared at Kurumi and raised his eyebrows. Seems like he finally noticed that a rare beauty was in front of his eyes. As he drew closer to Kurumi, his face showed an intimate look.
What's that? You want to join in?
NN? Definitely.
It can't be helped. Well then, let's...
Fufu, there's no need to trouble. Aside from that, may we slightly change the rules?
The youths were puzzled at Kurumi's words.
Change the rules? What do you mean?
It's not anything difficult. It's just a slight change of target, you know.
A dangerous smile showed up on Kurumi's face.
Mu, where has Shido gone?
Toka frowned, looking left and right. A sea of people were already moving nearby, but there was no sign of Shido anywhere. Although she was concerned for Shido, who kept disappearing, she tried to follow him from behind. But upon entering a secluded building, Shido's figure abruptly vanished. That's right. Even though it was a rare date, Shido kept disappearing, so there was not much time spent together.
Mu.
Tuka was displeased, but she felt uneasy soon after. Being with Shido makes her happy. Just the two of them walking together side by side and chatting already let her forget her sense of time. However, no, it was precisely because of that. Once Shido left, that sensation of loneliness would be felt so strongly by her. At this moment, probably due to being too deeply in thought, Tuka bumped into the person walking towards her.
No.
Falling onto her butt. Toka stood up while patting her behind.
So, sorry, I walked too fast.
It's all right. I wasn't paying enough attention.
Tuka apologized. That person used a monotonous voice to reply. She didn't know why, but it sounded like a voice that she had heard somewhere before, raising her eyebrows in surprise and looking up. The face that Tuka did not wish to see the most was right there.
Tobiichi Origami.
Yatogami Toka.
At this moment, Origami probably realized the same thing. At the same time, Toka called out. She replied with a bit of annoyance mixed in her voice.
Why are you in a place like this?
Gee, that's my line. What are you doing here?
I am not obliged to answer your questions.
What?
Just as she was about to argue back, Toka changed her mind. Now wasn't the time or place to be quarreling with Origami.
Well, forget it. I'm very busy right now. I don't have time to spare for you.
Right? I'm busy as well.
Doing something that cannot be seen by others.
I have to find Shido.
What?
That name that came out of Origami's mouth made Toka frown.
Hold on. Shido is on a date with me. Why do you have to butt in?
That's nonsense. Today, Shido is on a date with me.
What? Stop lying.
I'm not lying. You, on the other hand, should stop it with those unrealistic delusions.
I'm not deluding myself. Today we came to the aquarium together.
What kind of Shido are you talking about, dog? Or puppet?
Of course I'm talking about the human Shido.
As Toka finished speaking, Origami showed an expression as though she was pondering on some issue. Before long, she raised her head slightly as though she had noticed something.
Don't tell me.
Saying that, she left, leaving Toka behind.
Stop right there. Finish your sentence. What exactly is going on?
Tuka, on the other hand, chased after Origami's back. Shido, with his body slowly corroded by fatigue, finally arrived at the long bench of the park where he had parted with Kurumi. Although the distance in between them wasn't very far, but Shido had been running to and fro between Toka, Kurumi as well as Origami for over 30 rounds. It was almost time for his body to reach its limits. At this point, Shido wiped his sweat using his sleeve and frowned.
What is the problem, Shido?
Kurumi isn't here.
That's right. On the long bench, Kurumi's figure was absent.
Huh? Hold on a minute. Surveillance. Any idea on Kurumi's whereabouts?
The image was cut off midway. There's probably something wrong with the cameras.
Why is this happening?
Suddenly, the instant Kotori ended her sentence.
Commander, there is a faint spirit wavelength response nearby.
All of a sudden, another voice belonging to one of the crew members could be heard inside the microphone.
Where?
In a nearby alley at the east exit of the park. This response is, it can't be wrong. It's Tokisaki Kurumi.
Shido raised his head with his shoulders giving a jolt, looking in the direction of the east exit of the park.
Looks like something happened. Shido, go take a look.
Swallowing his ominous words back down his stomach, Shido started to move through the park at the same time. Adhering to the instructions by Fraxinus, passing by the vending machine, walking into the narrow alley, and then… The instant he arrived at the destination, Shido widened his eyes in a daze, standing there not moving a single muscle. What he saw was an overwhelming crimson. The gray-colored walls and floor were splattered with large amounts of crimson. At the same time, 3 twisted-looking objects floated up like small islands.
Faced with this bizarre situation, Shido was unable to instantaneously grasp what was going on. No, it didn't take an instant, but many instants, over countless seconds. When the hypothesis started to form, Shido's brain began to reject the situation that he had understood. That's because it absolutely cannot be understood. In such a street, in this midst of an ordinary day like this, someone was dead.
You Wanaji! At long last, reality finally overtook the brain's rejection. Shido let out a howl.
Shido! Calm down, Shido!
Kotori's voice vibrated his eardrums, but that totally had no meaning at all. The moment his brain understood the scene before him, the pungent stenches in his surroundings assaulted his nostrils. Shido involuntarily felt an urge to vomit. In order to resist his heavy lunch from refluxing, he held his hand to his mouth.
Dash Ara?
His vision shifted upwards in response to that voice. In the middle of that extremely crimson sea of blood, a black girl stood.
Shido said, "You've arrived already?"
Kurumi, who was wearing her astral dress of crimson and black, turned her head towards Shido's direction and spoke. In her left hand was, from God knows where, an ancient handgun with intricate designs. At this moment, Shido realized another thing. Inside the alley, a man was kneeling on the floor trembling. A very young male. For some reason on his stomach was 3 round circles painted with blood, as though it was a target.
Hi.
The man let out short breaths as though he was on his deathbed, shifting his gaze towards Shido.
Help me! This person is a monster.
Ara.
Kurumi turned her face towards the man once more. The gun in her hand took aim.
Kurumi, what are you doing?
Shido squeezed out his voice in a daze. Kurumi started to snicker. It was not the usual sweet laugh. It was a laugh that would cause one's teeth to chatter and not feel happiness.
You were already planning to kill something, but you did not think that you would be killed. Don't you find it odd? Pointing the muzzle of a gun at a life. Isn't it just like this?
Stop it.
As the man raggedly spoke, Kurumi fired the trigger without any hesitation. Instantly, a black bullet, as though it was a solidified shadow, shot out of the muzzle, tracing out a pitch-black trajectory, piercing into the middle of the target drawn on the man's stomach.
Igu.
The man's body twitched. After a while, no sounds were made again.
100 points, I'd say.
Kurumi let out a brief sigh, throwing away the gun. After that, the gun vanished into Kurumi's shadow.
I've kept you waiting, Shido-san. I've let you see such an embarrassing scene.
Kurumi turned her head towards Shido's direction.
Shido, run! Right now!
Shido at this point finally realized Kotori's repeated cries through the transmitter. Barely able to stand, he tried to force his trembling legs to escape from the area. However,
Oofu. It's useless, you know?
Kurumi's voice sounded out from the rear. At the same time, Shido's legs were suddenly caught, falling down with his back facing the sky. As it was too sudden, his head hit the ground heavily. His eyes seeing sparks as a dull pain forced him to involuntarily twist his features in pain. But now wasn't the time to pay attention to such details. He had to escape. However, something seeming to be binding his right leg, he couldn't even move a muscle. White hands stretched out from within Kurumi's shadow, forcefully grabbing onto Shido's leg.
What is this?
Shido flipped his body, hastily trying to get rid of his restraints. However, his legs were being held with such force that was impossible to imagine. There was no way he could escape. At the same time all of this was being done, Kurumi slowly moved closer to Shido's front.
Fufu, I've caught you.
Saying that, she gave a slight smile, squatting down, moving closer as though she wanted to push Shido down.
His heart felt painful as though it was being squeezed. But that was not due to Kurumi's beauty and her daring actions. It was purely due to fear. That's right. Shido currently is in fear of Kurumi, in fear of spirits, the calamity that kills the world, the natural enemy of humans. Phrases that had been repeated a few times before. Lines that Origami had been repeating to the point of nausea. But these first experiences, accompanied by the smell surrounding his body, invaded Shido's brain.
What a failure. I should have finished them off earlier. I was still thinking of enjoying my date with Shido-san a bit longer.
Kurumi used her 2 hands to hold Shido's cheeks.
I want to run. I want to shout. But that's impossible. His legs had already cramped up, his throat letting out ragged breaths.
Kurumi moved closer to Shido's cheek. However, instead of saying that she attempted a kiss, it was better to say that she was about to bite his throat. At this moment, just at this point, Shido's throat finally squeezed out a sound. The instant Kurumi's lips was about to make contact with Shido, a strange feeling enveloped his body, a feeling that he never felt before. It was as though the air surrounding Shido turned into a fluid of extremely high viscosity, feeling as though having a mind of its own, a strange feeling. After that, In the next instant,
Dash.
following a short breath, Kurumi's body was lightly blown off backwards. That slender body hit the concrete wall, causing the wall to have tiny cracks appear.
What?
Shido could not understand what happened, widening his eyes in a daze. What in the world? Just then,
Dash, are you all right, Nisama?
such a voice vibrated Shido's eardrums, who was currently in the process of thinking.
Huh?
Shido raised his head while making a stupid sound. Not knowing when she arrived, Mana, who was wearing her CR unit, stood there with her back towards Shido as though she was protecting him. The equipment on her shoulders were like shields, as well as wings. It was the equipment that Shido saw in the video yesterday.
Nah.
Shido used a hoarse voice to call out that name. At the same time, Mana turned towards Shido, nodding her head, replying yes.
That was a close one. Did anything serious happen to you?
Hey,
Dazedly making out a sound. At this moment, Mana probably misunderstood his reaction. Looking at her outfit, scratched the back of her head with unease.
Ah, you were frightened, weren't you? How should I put this? There's a long story behind this.
At this point, sounds of concrete fragments hitting the ground came from the front.
Well, we'll talk about this later.
The same time Mana ended her sentence, Kurumi slowly stood up, opening her mouth to speak.
Arata, to interrupt the date between Shido-san and I, isn't that downright rude of you?
You're noisy. What about you? Who has your eyes on my Nisama?
Mana-san and Shido-san are siblings?
Dash him. That has nothing to do with you.
Mana left behind such a line, slightly turning her head. In response to that, the equipment on her shoulders started to morph at the tips, the front parts splitting into 5 parts just like a human hand. Next, a greenish-white glow emitted from the tips of those 10 parts.
Let's hurry up and settle this. Toy miss.
Following her sentence, Mana snapped her fingers. The mechanical parts on her shoulders started to give off imbalanced light, reaching out towards Kurumi. It was something that happened for only an instant. However, Kurumi twisted her body, gracefully evading the beams of light.
Oof, that was dangerous.
T.
Mana softly clicked her tongue, slightly moving her fingers. Following that, the beams of light that Kurumi had evaded suddenly changed their trajectory, once again turning for Kurumi.
Q.
Looks like she wasn't able to dodge this time. Her 2 legs and stomach were pierced through by light. Kurumi let out a strange cry of pain, falling down on the spot. Crimson blood started to spread out slowly onto the ground. Faced with such a brutal sight, Shido couldn't help but tightly lock his brows.
That sure was easy for a monster.
However, Mana's expressions did not change, lightly raising her right hand. Subsequently, the parts that looked like a hand once again changed to the shape which resembled a shield. A huge blade of light emerged from its tip. Shido held his breath. He recognized that shape. In the video, it was the sword that Mana used to stab Kurumi to death with.
Nah.
Shido couldn't help but cry out.
Is there a problem? I'll get rid of her in a second, so please wait a while.
No! Don't do it! Something like murdering is.
Shido said. Mana widened her eyes, as though she had heard something unbelievable. However, she quickly closed her eyelids, shaking her head.
That means that this girl used a human identity to transfer herself into Nai-sama's class, Nai-sama. Although I can't tell you the specifics, but it is best that you forget about this girl. This girl is not human. She is an existence that cannot be allowed to live.
Saying that, she started to walk towards Kurumi, who was lying on the ground.
That's not the problem here. Stop! Don't do it!
Shido pleaded. Kurumi let out short breaths from her throat, at the same time saying in a weak voice,
Foo, really now? Shido-san is really gentle, huh?
Mana's sword swung down towards Kurumi. Shoo? After that disturbing sound, Kurumi did not move again.
Who?
Mana lightly waved her right hand. Following that action, the equipment in her hands returned to their original positions on her shoulders.
We?
Shido looked at Mana's back, letting out a trembling voice. Mana softly sighed, turning towards Shido, walking up to him. At the same time, the combat equipment equipped on her body let out a faint glow, in an instant, turning back into normal attire.
The death of someone whom you know is shocking, but Nisama, if that girl doesn't die, the one that would die could very well be you, Nisama.
Mana finished her sentence. Shido could not talk back.
Although saying this may be a bit rude, but please believe that whatever happened today was a nightmare and forget it entirely. There is no value in feeling hurt over the death of that girl. The death of that person is a must. She is a thing that does not possess any value for existing.
Faced with Mana's words, Shido couldn't help but tightly grip his fist.
I know the AST's position. I also know that I have to feel grateful for being saved by someone. But, to call spirits, that is.
Mana frowned in surprise.
Nisama, how did you know about this?
Shido's eyebrows twitched. Now that she mentioned it, Mana didn't know that he knows about the spirits and the AST. However, after a few seconds, Mana hugged her elbows, as though realizing something.
That should be Master Sergeant Tobiichi's doing. After all, that one pays a lot of attention to Nisama.
Mana let out a sigh of helplessness, once again focusing on Shido.
Well, forget it. It becomes a lot easier with that. Although I don't know how you knew, but that's how it is.
Mana said without a tinge of regret. Shido looked at Mana, feeling an unknown fear for no reason.
Why are you able to be so calm? You just did that to a person.
He was probably hesitating to say these kind of words. His throat felt painful, but he still managed to force them out.
You just murdered someone, didn't you?
Not a human, a spirit.
Even so, why are you still so calm?
Because I got used to it.
When Mana said that, her voice was extremely cold. Shido couldn't help but hold his breath.
Tokisaki Kurumi, even among the spirits, she is considered special.
Special?
Mana replied, "Nun," while nodding her head.
She is unkillable, you know. No matter how many times you kill, no matter what method used to kill, that girl will still be all right, certain to appear from some place, once again killing people.
Huh? What, that kind of...
As Shido said that, he suddenly realized the meaning behind that explanation. That was the same as what Shido saw in the video yesterday.
It's just like what I have just said. If you want a more detailed explanation, I would be very troubled as well.
Mana softly sighed, lifting up her chin. That expression, it's just like she had aged, looking extremely tired.
Therefore, I will continue to kill. To that girl, to Saki Kurumi, I will continue to kill her, no matter how many times it may take.
Mana continued with fatigue mixed into her voice. Shido's expression became distorted.
That's not right.
Eh?
It's not about getting used to it. Your heart would only wither away.
As Shido finished his words, Mana frowned slightly.
What are you saying, Nisama?
That's enough. Stop it, Mana. You are my sister, right? Then just once is fine. Please do as I tell you.
Shido squeezed out his voice from his throat as though he was praying. That was not a delusion. A heart that was burdened would constantly be whittled down, and if that continued, till the point where it was irreparable, the heart would then break down. When Shido was abandoned by his mother, he almost became like that. When Toka had the hostility and killing intent of humans directed towards her, she too almost became the same.
Forgive me for not being able to oblige Nisama.
However, Mana replied, with sarcasm directed towards herself.
As long as continues to revive and slaughter humans, I have to take that girl's head. If not, that girl will continue to murder even more people. Other than myself, no one is able to do such a thing.
You're wrong. A solution, there is not only just that one.
However, before Shido could say this from his mouth, Mana turned her face towards the top right-hand side.
And Nisama, that's all for today.
There's a lot more I have to say.
Reinforcements are rushing here. If Mia-san were to continue to stay here, things will get troublesome.
Mana half forced Shido to turn around, pushing him from behind.
Mana, you.
Still not listening, aren't you?
Mana bitterly smiled as she raised her finger. Shido's body floated into the sky.
What? This is.
That's right. That was the personal territory made by the AST's Realizer unit. Mana had expanded her territory without deploying her CR unit.
Let's meet again, this time. Time wasn't on our side.
Way.
Shido's body flew out of the alley while he was in the midst of talking, landing softly on the ground. It doesn't matter if the AST members were arriving. Shido swiftly returned into the alley. However, it was impossible. The alley's entrance had an invisible wall expanded. It was impossible to continue moving forward anymore. It must be Mana's doing.
Teh.
Shido knelt on the ground, hitting the ground with enough force to cause his fists to bleed. Mana, who had just moved Shido outside the alley, was combing her messed up hair. It felt like she had said a lot of unnecessary things. But why? Because she wanted Shido to listen.
Things like this. It's just supposed to be my job.
Looking at Ga-Mare's corpse lying pitifully in the alley, the corpse of Tokisaki Kurumi. At this moment, out from nowhere a small kitten appeared, dragging its hind leg, moving closer to Kurumi's corpse. Feeling intrigued, Mana crouched down and petted its head. The kitten gave out a weak nya.
Hey, staying in a place like this, you'll get dirtied by the blood, you know.
Saying that, she picked up the kitten. After which she looked at Kurumi's corpse once more.
Why, huh?
Her mouth repeated Shido's words. Now that he mentioned it, why did Mana want to endlessly pursue and kill Kurumi? Kurumi was the most brutal spirit that killed people, and Mana had excellent potential in operating the CR unit. That's why Mana stepped up to use her power to bring happiness to people. That should probably be the case. Because of the sudden pain in her brain, her expressions contorted. Due to her memories being foggy, she couldn't recall it properly. Lightly shaking her head, as though trying to shake off the pain. Just then, Mana spotted something strange on the floor. It was near the place where Shido was attacked by Kurumi. Something like a small machine had fallen out. Mana deftly picked it up, scrutinizing it.
This is a transmitter, right?
That's correct. That was just like a small transmitter that one would use in their ear.
Why would this kind of thing?
Mana inclined her head, unconsciously bringing her right ear close. And then, from the transmitter, a familiar voice calling out for Mana's brother could be heard.
Shido! Answer me, Shido! We'll pick you up. Hurry up and move to another location.
Shido shakily walked to the long bench at the park, weakly sitting down. In his head, the scene that he just saw kept replaying itself. Kurumi Shi had killed humans. Mana Shi had killed Kurumi. Shido understood from inside his heart. Toka and Origami, to put it extremely, had the same kind of relationship as well. However, Toka did not do this on purpose, and Origami did not have the ability to eliminate spirits. Although in these 2 months Toka had already gotten used to the human world, but Shido still could not relax. It was just a thought, but if the balance were to break down, the probability of the reenactment of a scene like just now was possible. Toka, who had an intent to kill, and Origami, who had the power to kill spirits. Kurumi and Mana, they're just like the worst-case scenarios of Toka and Origami.
What's with this kind of thing?
Totally unable to comprehend. Why would Kurumi kill humans so easily? Why would Mana kill Kurumi so easily? He was too naive. Even though he said that it was dangerous, but he still thought deep down that spirits must all be good people, just like Toka and Yoshino. In the end, he had the arrogant conception that the AST was unable to kill the spirits afterwards.
Shido.
A familiar voice called out. Shido hastily raised his head. Toka was running in Shido's direction. It must be because Shido did not come back, so she went looking for him. Behind her, Origami's figure could be seen. It looks like they had met along the way.
Shido, where have you been?
What exactly is
Tuka and Origami, who arrived in front of Shido, directed voices of displeasure at him. But the present Shido did not have any reason to make excuses anymore.
Sorry.
An apology was squeezed from his throat, once again descending into silence.
Shido.
Is something wrong?
Probably finding it strange, Toka and Origami peeked at Shido's expression with concerned looks.
Shido, you weren't hurt, were you?
At this moment, Toka pulled Shido's hand. Because of the sudden impact of the events, it had completely slipped his mind. There was a scrape on his palm. It probably happened when his right leg was caught and he fell down. However, the instant his hand was touched by Toka, the scene of Kurumi dyed in blood flashed inside his head.
Hi.
His throat letting out a sound as though it was difficult to breathe, batting away Toka's hand.
Shido.
Toka dazedly looked at her hand, and Shido's in turn, looking at him.
Sorry, did I hurt you?
I'm sorry.
Shido slightly dipped his head, using his trembling hand to grab his other hand. Toka was obviously worried for him, and was rejected by him like that. He felt like crying.
Sorry, I really am. Sorry.
Joe, you don't have to take it to heart. Just tell us what exactly happened.
I'm sorry.
Throwing behind such a line, Shido stood up and ran away from there.
Shido.
Where are you going?
Tuka and Origami's voices could be heard from the back. However, Shido did not stop his feet. The two of them did not chase after him. After which, after running for some time, when he ran to a street without any people, Shido was surrounded by a strange floating sensation.
This is...
He just remembered. It was Cluncherus's transfer system. Just as he had anticipated, in an instant what Shido saw was, from a secluded corner of the park, to the interior of Fraxinus.
It's good to know that you're okay.
At this moment, a voice sounded out behind Shido. Kotori, who had a maroon military uniform on her shoulders, was standing there with a complicated expression.
Kotori.
You finally arrived at the transfer point. I shouted at you so many times.
As Kotori finished, Shido reached for his right ear, his eyes widening.
The communicator. It's gone.
That's right. The communicator that was in his ear throughout the mission was not there. It seems to have dropped somewhere. However, he did not realize it till now.
Did it fall out? Since when?
Sorry, I'm not too sure myself.
After Shido answered, Kotori gave a slight nod and used her hand to support her chin.
If you think about it closely, it should be that time when Kurumi attacked, right? Then that voice just now.
Did something happen?
Shido asked, but Kotori lightly sighed and shook her head.
It's nothing. Aside from that, your wounds have to be treated. Hurry up and go.
But Toka and Origami.
If it's Toka, we'll pick her up and give her a simple run-through of what just happened. As for Tobichi Origami, well, she'll be fine if you left her alone. Just properly compensate her tomorrow at school.
Is that so?
Shido weakly replied, following behind Kotori.
Hey.
Midway, Shido opened his mouth, while behind Kotori.
What is it?
We've been doing all this. Is this really correct?
Inside the corridor, Kotori's footsteps stopped, turning to look at Shido.
What's that supposed to mean?
Because I am unable to forgive the spirit's inability to consciously control the existence of spacequakes, getting attacked by humans for no reason at all. That's the reason why I am helping you guys.
That's right.
But, Kurumi to someone...
She murdered someone. Not by a spacequake, but using her own two hands. Using her own will. Faced with that, he was unable to not feel miserable and fearful.
What are you talking about? In my opinion, that is impossible.
Shido finally blurted out that sentence.
It has been smooth sailing up till now, but that's because Toka and Yoshino are good people, In the end, I didn't really do any tying.
At this point, Shido's words stopped. More accurately, they have been forcibly stopped. Kotori grabbed Shido's collar and magnificently gave him a slap.
Don't say such useless words that easily.
Shido was stunned, Kotori said with a bitter expression. Or, it could possibly be an expression that was on the brink of tears. Shido, at present, could not make out the difference.
In my opinion, impossible? Don't complain because of something of that level. You really aren't as resolute as before.
What's that kind of...
He totally could not understand Kotori's words. Shido held his face and asked. However, Kotori did not reply, grabbing Shido's chest and continued.
Aren't you able to bravely face the spirits that are even more terrifying? Save them to prove it to me. Don't say that you can't do it so easily. If you were to give up now, Kurumi will kill even more people. Mana will still do that to Kurumi, and her heart will continue to wither. Except for you, there's no one else that can stop that.
As Kotori finished, Shido forcefully swallowed his saliva. The spirits that are even more terrifying that Kotori mentioned was not referring to Toka and Yushino. That fact he knew very well, but the latter half of her words sunk themselves deeply into his mind. That's right. The Kurumi that will slaughter humans even though she's unkillable, and Mana, who continues to kill Kurumi. Mana did say, ever since a long time ago, that had been repeating itself, and that would most likely continue in a cycle, so long as Kurumi still possessed her spiritual power. And the only one that could seal off that spiritual power was none other than Shido. Shido wordlessly held his forehead. I definitely don't wish for Kurumi to continue to slaughter humans anymore. And I also do not wish for Mana to continue to kill Kurumi anymore. Those were true, Shido's true feelings. And the method to achieve such an outcome had already been clear from the start.
That's right.
Saying that, he shakily started walking forward.
Wait.
Following that, Kotori chased after him with a panicked expression.
In order to stop Kurumi from killing even more people, there's no other choice but to seal her power. In order to stop Mana from killing Kurumi again, there's no one that can do it but me. I know. Are you satisfied?
Not knowing why, Kotori's voice had a bit of uncertainty was mixed into them. That night, Shido was lying horizontally on the living room sofa while pondering. Raising his head to stare at the fluorescent light installed into the ceiling, he gave out a long sigh. Tomorrow, Kurumi will come to school again. When that happens, the mission would continue. To make Kurumi's feelings for him increase, kiss, sealing her power, and then everything would be solved. Kurumi will not kill people again, and then naturally, Mana will stop killing Kurumi as well. What Shido had hoped for, the only method that can lead to a happy ending for everyone. There's only one. Just one. As though he had carried something heavy. His entire body felt heavy. Shido breathed out from his lungs depressingly. Shido wearily rose, looking in the direction of the living room entrance. If someone entered without the doorbell or the voice system sounding, it should be Kotori. However, Kotori did mention today that due to work she had to temporarily stay on board the airship. If that's the case, then who was it? Shido opened the door with that kind of mentality. Toka timidly walked in.
Toka.
NN, may I come in?
There's a wrong sequence of events just by entering the room before saying this. However, we can disregard the small details for now.
Oh, sure.
Toka lightly nodded as she entered the living room, walking towards Shido's direction.
Shido, is it okay to touch you?
Toka, who walked up to Shido's side, raised such a question. Perhaps she was still affected by the incident where Shido batted her hand away in the park.
It's fine.
As Shido finished talking, Toka climbed onto the sofa, moving between the sofa and Shido.
What are you doing?
It's all right. Stop talking for a while.
Saying that, Toka wrapped her arms around Shido's body, hugging him tightly from the back.
Toka? What are you...
Feeling that soft sensation on his back, Shido asked while perspiring.
And the television did say that when one is lonely or afraid, it would be fine if I did this.
Then let me ask you, what show was it exactly?
Being with OK-sama? This one.
That's a children's show no matter how you look at it. Shido couldn't help but bitterly smile. But she was right. Shido had indeed felt slightly calmer. How long was she going to hug me? Suddenly, Toka started talking.
I've heard about the incident from Rain.
Incident?
The one about Kurumi and Mana. The reason why Shido was acting weird, I found out.
Is that so?
Shido swallowed and answered. Rainy shouldn't have told Toka too much about the incident between spirits and the AST. It must be that if she did not tell Toka, her mental state would once again sink into turmoil.
Shido, do you still remember what you said when I moved into your house?
Shido questioned in reply. Toka continued to say,
If a spirit the same as I appeared, you would save them.
Shido lightly nodded. That line he can still clearly recall. That's right, Shido had promised. At that time he did not lie. His determination had not wavered till now.
But Kurumi, she...
Dash is no different, her and I.
Toka put her face on Shido's back.
In my case, there was Shido. Shido saved me, but Kurumi she didn't have anybody. All the while for a longer duration than I have, no one extended a helping hand towards her.
As though she was in pain, Toka added more strength into her arms.
If it weren't for Shido, I would still be in the same state 2 months ago. Always exposed under killing intent and hostility, I would probably be the same as Kurumi right now.
That kind of...
Saying that, Shido became speechless. 2 months ago, Toka, who first met Shido, was in so much pain that one could not perceive it from her current self. Having enough of the endless battles, tired, blocked off, probably faced with the withering of her soul. That sort of despair, if it were not easily denied by someone other than Shido, it would probably have had no effect.
Really, if Kurumi is a brutal spirit that is beyond saving, I will protect Shido. Therefore, Shido, I beg you, don't let such an incident continue to happen. Let Kurumi stop killing humans. Stop her soul from being worn out.
At those words, Shido gulped. Shido finally understood. Shido extremely hated Kurumi's action of killing people. Mana would never be able to forgive Kurumi's slaughter. In order to end this vicious cycle, to stop Kurumi, Shido's determination was set. However, he was still lacking a vital piece.
Thank you, Toka.
Mew? W? Why? Why are you thanking me?
No, I owe it to you.
That's right. It was unavoidable that he had to use a kiss to seal Kurumi's power. All Shido could think of, however, was the issue about how Mana and Kurumi had murdered people. Because he had witnessed a scene that was overly impactful, he had totally forgotten the important goal of saving Kurumi. It was indeed true that Kurumi was a spirit that had killed countless people. However, he would not allow something such as getting used to that act. However, when Toka's power was sealed, Shido had the determination to save Toka. Having the wish to save that girl who had hostility directed towards her for no reason at all, no matter what. When Yoshino's power was sealed, Shido had the determination to save Yoshino. The girl who, despite having hostility directed at her, cared for them instead. She had to be repaid. Therefore, Shido took action. Indeed, Shido possesses extraordinary healing ability as well as the ability to seal the power of spirits. However, aside from that, he was only a normal high school boy regardless of size, muscular strength and intelligence. But the reason why Shido was able to reach out to the other party till the point of vomiting blood was precisely due to this conviction. To save Kurumi, to the girl that was trapped in the endless cycle of slaughter, to save her, and Mana as well. To not let that girl who calls herself Shido's sister continue to kill Kurumi. To stop her from wearing down her soul any longer. It may be a delusion or just a thought. If he didn't believe that he could do this, then it would have been impossible for Shido to reach his hand out to them.
Toka. It's okay. I'm fine now.
Mew, are you not lonely anymore? Really? Not afraid anymore?
Well, I'm still a little afraid, that's all.
Shido scratched his face while smiling bitterly.
But I'm all right now.
Is that so?
Saying that, Toka loosened her hold on Shido. Shido stood up, lightly stretching. At the same time, his stomach growled. Now that he recalled, ever since his lunch had been vomited out at the small alley, he didn't have anything to eat after that.
Let's make something to eat. Toka, do you want to eat as well?
Toka energetically nodded.
Reina.
In the bridge of Kansas, Kotori called for Reine, who was seated slightly closer to the commander's seat. However, she did not give a reply. Kotori curiously peeped at Reine's side, and then tilted her head. The monitor beside Reine was showing Mana's face for some reason. Furthermore, the image was zoomed in. Reine made a complicated face as she stared at the image.
Reina? Is there something wrong with Mana?
At that moment, Rain seemed to finally realize Kotori's existence. Rain looked at Kotori with her eyes that had dark eye bags.
Kotori, huh? There's something.
Saying that, she manipulated the controls with experienced hands. After which, the image zoomed out. Mana's face shrank away from the screen.
Aside from that, how's Shin?
He's just a little uneasy, but he should be all right after talking with Toka.
Is that so?
Reina slightly nodded, suddenly raising her head.
That's right. The analyzing job that you had asked has already been completed.
To Rain's words, Kotori's eyebrows twitched. A few days ago, she had passed Mana's hair and saliva samples, obtained a few days prior, to Rain to conduct a DNA test.
Then, what's the result?
Mana is without a doubt Shido's blood-related sister.
Is that so?
Kotori forcefully swallowed, stroking her chest with her hand. Although it wasn't unexpected, but she still felt uneasy.
Real sister? Then why would that girl be with the AST?
You're wrong.
As though she was trying to interrupt Kotori, Rainy sounded out.
I did some investigations on my own. It seems that is not the case at all.
What do you mean?
She's not a self-defense member at all, but a transferred member from DM Industries.
DM Industries?
A corporation based in England that is one of the largest in the world. Aside from Matrix, it is the only known industry that is able to manufacture realizer units. Including the self-defense forces, the realizer units currently equipped by the world's military and police forces can be said to be all made by D*E*M. This is because, due to their enthusiasm in hunting down the spirits, they are considered economical rivals with Ratosker that Kotori belongs to. Of course, they also have magicians who are able to use the CR units. However, it was said that their handling experience exceeds those of special forces of different countries by a long shot.
Hold on for a second. That makes it even more confusing. Shido's sister? Why is she a magician of DM?
I'm not too certain about that. However...
Raina suddenly stopped talking, ground her teeth, clenching her fist as though she was furious. Kotori frowned in surprise. Even though they had worked together for a long time, this was the first time that she had seen Raina like this.
What exactly is going on?
Take a look at this.
Saying that, Rainy moved the controls once more. The screen showed Mana's face, as well as detailed numerical values.
This is...
Oh, her whole body had been engineered by magic. That should be the origin of her abnormal strength. However, there's a huge price to pay for that. I'm afraid she won't be able to live any longer than 10 years.
What? That's...
Originally, the realizer units developed by DM Industries are not perfect. Due to the processing level of the calculus nuclear core being unable to keep up, they had no choice but to compensate for that using the human brain. To increase the brain wavelengths, it is a must to implant the brain with tiny devices. Origami and the rest of the AST are the same. There should be some protrusion like a horn in the midst of their hair. However, Mana's body has already far surpassed that kind of degree. That is, to say that her body has become similar to that of a spirit.
I'm not sure what kind of thought process she possessed while she underwent this kind of procedure, but I think it's best that we don't tell Shin, for now.
Reina said with added intonation. Kotori swallowed hard, biting her lip. The next morning, Shido walked into the classroom and saw that Kurumi was already sitting in her seat, an obvious abnormality. Although he already had experienced it once, but it is still discomforting as expected. A girl that was supposed to have died, attending school with an expression as though nothing has happened. Recognizing Shido's face, Kurumi revealed a peaceful smile, making a bow.
Arashido-san, good day to you.
That appearance was nothing like yesterday. If he were to say that just yesterday inside an alley this girl had both her legs and stomach pierced through, as well as being decapitated, Shido would most certainly be suspected of being mentally unsound.
Good morning.
However, he shouldn't be surprised by this. This was a situation that he had already expected. Shido silently gave a greeting in reply.
I was very happy yesterday. You have to ask me out again next time.
Is that so? Happy, huh?
NN. Extremely.
Kurumi once again smiled. Was she talking about her date with Shido, or talking about that incident in the alley? Shido was unable to discern which one. Kurumi probably noticed what Shido was contemplating about. She continued while maintaining her cute smile.
But I was a little surprised there.
About what?
Shido asked in reply. Kurumi narrowed her eyes in response.
I thought that Shido-san would be applying a leave of absence from school today.
Instantly, he was speechless. However, he recovered quickly, opening his mouth to reply.
Then I'm really sorry about that. Would it have been better if I have not come to school?
No, Shido-san came to school like a good boy. I'm really glad.
Kurumi said with an innocent smile on her face. Shido patted his chest as though he was trying to control the skip in his heart, walking right up to Kurumi.
Kurumi,
What is it?
I have decided to save you.
Say.
In the instant Shido finished speaking, Kurumi's expressions suddenly lost all its warmth.
You really said something strange, Shido-san.
That's enough, this kind of stuff. I won't let you kill humans anymore. I won't let Mana kill you anymore. This is my conclusion that I have reached yesterday.
Please don't force your values onto others, all right? I hate that kind of wishful thinking.
Is that so? That's a pity. But I'm really sorry, I have already decided. I will save you. You will be saved by me. No matter what, definitely.
Shido ended his proclamation. Kurumi frowned hard. Several moments later, she made an expression as though she was thinking about something, after which she spoke.
Then, whether what you say is true or false, let's put it to the test. Today after class, please come to the rooftop.
Kurumi left behind such a line, moving her line of sight away from Shido. Kurumi, who was standing on the rooftop of Raizen High School, making light footsteps accompanied with a smile. It was a fine day with not a sign of clouds in the sky. The strong rays of the summer sun bore down on Kurumi's body, casting a pitch-black shadow onto the ground. The time was roughly 9:10 a.m. As the first lesson had already begun, the melody echoing throughout the school has faded out. In its place, a splatter of instrumental sounds came from the music room and sounds of balls bouncing about in the gymnasium. Kurumi started to step along with the rhythm as though she was dancing, as though she was tracing a circle on the ground, continually turning around and around.
It would be great if I could still enjoy school life with Shido-san a bit longer.
If one were to look at the scene from above the sky, they could probably detect that something was amiss. The area where Kurumi had stepped on turned dark, Yes, it was as though the shadow made by Kurumi during her movements had never left the spot at all.
It's almost time.
Following that, the circle of darkness at the center of the rooftop slowly started to expand its surface area, swallowing the entire rooftop, reaching out to the outer wall of the school building, eroding the school hall. Not long after, it covered an entire city area with the school as its core.
Kihi? Hi hee hee?
Her lips twisting into a crescent, she let out a laugh.
Shido-san. Shido-san. My dear Shido-san. Even like this, do you still intend to save me? Do you still intend to help me?
The first lesson, in the lecture on world history. Shido suddenly looked at the window. It somehow feels like the surroundings have become darker. He still thought that it was due to the clouds in the sky. However, it can be seen from the window that the sky was clear. Not a cloud or a shadow to be seen.
Don't tell me.
Quickly turning towards Kurumi's direction. Since she said something disturbing 10 minutes ago, she could have. However, Kurumi did not make any strange movements, listening to class with a serious face.
Am I worrying too much?
Lightly sighing, he returned to his original posture. No matter what, the moment school ends is the crux. Shido breathed deeply, as though trying to encourage himself. Turning the rusted handle and pushing the door with her hands. The decrepit door instantly shed some paint fragments, giving out a piercing cry.
Tch.
Kotori frowned as she lightly clicked her tongue, arriving at the rooftop of the building. Kotori is visiting at present, one of the abandoned buildings located at the south of Tengu City. It's not that she had a penchant for exploring ruins. Coming to such a secluded location had its reasons. At this time,
Welcome, Kotori-san.
the girl who had already been waiting on the rooftop, Mana, called out to Kotori. That's right. When Kotori woke up this morning, on the window of Kotori's room was a paper with a certain time and location, as well as Mana's name written on it. Kotori did not attempt to hide her displeasure, making a hump sound.
Really now, what's with this kind of place? If you wanted to ask me out, you should have at least prepared some delicious tea and cake.
I apologize. However, I believe that it is in our best interests that we avoid crowded areas.
Then, what exactly is the matter?
I just wanted to talk with you, that's all.
With that, Mana took out something from her pocket, throwing it in Kotori's direction.
This is...
Kotori frowned. What Mana had thrown over is a highly sensitive mini earphone that uses... That's right. It was the one that Shido had lost yesterday.
The organization.
In reaction to Mana's words, Kotori's eyebrows twitched.
I've heard about the rumors. It is an organization that does not rely on military power to exterminate spirits, but one that makes use of conversation to persuade them. When I first heard of this, I thought it was just an urban rumor.
Mana shot a sharp glare towards Kotori.
Don't tell me, you and Nisama are...
Kotori kept the earpiece in her pocket, slightly moving the stick of the Chupa Chups.
That explains it. That message yesterday was your doing.
That's right. Before determining that Shido had lost his earpiece, had once received a strange message. It was indeed Shido's voice. After determining Kotori's name and the current situation, the connection was suddenly cut off. Nothing else was heard since then. Kotori clicked her tongue at a volume inaudible to Mana. She was too careless. Through the answer from that time, Mana had already confirmed the existence of the organization known as Ratatosker. Mana lightly shrugged her shoulders.
After all, it's not that difficult to change your voice using the personal territory.
Is that so?
Kotori scratched her hair, narrowing her eyes.
So what is your aim? You specially called me out here. You must want something from me, right?
Mana's gaze did not move as she spoke.
I do not intend to report this. In return, please let Nisama back out from immediately.
Mana's words made Kotori frown hard.
What do you mean?
It's nothing much, Kotori-san. Why must you let Nisama do such a dangerous thing? Let's not talk about realizer units for now. He doesn't even have a proper weapon on him, and you let him confront spirits. Isn't this too much?
You already said that he's supposed to persuade the other party, and you expect him to point a gun at them while rambling away. What difference is that from a serial rapist? Don't tell me you're a masochist.
Kotori brushed off Mana's statement. Mana's gaze increased in intensity. Her tone became sterner.
Please don't joke around. Are you even concerned for Nisama? At that time, if I wasn't there, Nisama could have already been killed by point of Itai.
There was no reason to divulge any more information. Kotori did not say a word. However, Mana seemed to have misunderstood Kotori's reaction. Grinding her teeth, she continued.
Dash Kotori-san. No, it's Suka Kotori. It's sad. You are disqualified from being Nisama's sister. You are not worthy for Nisama to be placed in your care.
Kotori's face twitched. After that, she raised the stick of her Chupa Chups.
Tilda then. What does being disqualified as a sister mean?
I will have no choice but to bring Nisama back.
Mana's words caused Kotori's expressions to twist.
What a joke. Do you want to leave Shido into the care of an evil industry such as DM?
Kotori shrugged her shoulders. Mana relaxed her arms, and her shoulders shook in surprise.
Why do you know about this?
That's because I have an excellent friend. If you are talking about handling information, we're about even.
Kotori fearlessly said. Mana heaved out a sigh.
Dash, well, since it's already been known, then there's no further need to hide it anymore. That's correct. I am originally not a member of the Self-Defense Force. However, due to the allocation of DN Industries, there was a need to be placed in such an occupation.
However, as she said that, her gaze swiftly sharpened.
But DM being an evil corporation, I can't pretend to not hear that. They took me in who had amnesia and gave me a reason to live. I am very grateful towards them.
Seriously? Looks like you're not crazy, huh?
How rude. What are you exactly trying to imply?
Kotori sensed amiability in Mana's words. Don't tell me she.
Don't tell me. You don't know about your body.
My body? What are you talking about?
Mana tilted her head in confusion. Kotori trembled as she gulped.
What's with that?
Although it wasn't out of her expectations, but what if Rain's worries became true? Kotori frowned as she made her way towards Mana, grabbing her shoulders.
What are you trying to do?
Let's not talk about this for now. You're the one that should leave that dem. We'll take responsibility for your well-being. So.
Huh? What are you saying all of a sudden?
At this, just as Mana was about to question Kotori while frowning, Kotori and Mana's handphones sounded at almost the same time. Revealing an impatient expression, Kotori answered the call.
It's me. What is it?
Commander! Ryzen High School has an extremely strong spirit wavelength reading.
What is going on?
Kotori took a peek at Mana. It seems, from the look on her face, she too had received a similar report. Shido took in a deep breath, slowly breathing out. The air in his lungs had been completely exchanged. A feeling as though his body had rebooted could be felt.
Excellent.
The time was 4:30 p.m. Sounds of students preparing to go to club activities started to spread. In the end, except for that one time today, there was totally no opportunity to talk to Kurumi at all. After the last homeroom ended, Kurumi did not even look towards Shido's direction as she immediately stepped out of the classroom.
Are you all right, Shin?
At this moment, from the communicator in his right ear, a voice that sounded extremely sleepy called out. It was Rain.
Yeah, I'm unexpectedly calm.
That's good. However, please be careful.
Yes.
The same time Shido swallowed hard, he noticed something odd.
Raina-san? Now that you said it, how come I don't hear Kotori's voice?
Kotori had to leave to do some things outside.
No, if it has something to do outside, why must she choose to do it at such an important time?
Kotori understands this as well. However, after much deliberation, she judged that the chances of success would be raised. If a distraction happens to interrupt us midway, it could be troublesome.
Huh? Did something come up?
Please focus on Kurumi for now. She is an opponent that you cannot overcome if you are distracted.
Right?
Although he was concerned about Rain's words, but it was true that he did not have the spare time to think about other matters. Kurumi should already be waiting at the rooftop by now. Shido started to walk towards the staircase.
What?
The next moment, Shido frowned at the uncomfortable feeling he felt around him. Shido was not sure of the actual reason himself. However, he noticed that the instant the surroundings darkened, his body was assaulted by fatigue and weakness for no reason at all. It was as though the air had thickened in viscosity, heavily wrapping itself around his limbs.
This is...
Shido, in the situation where he was about to kneel onto the floor, managed to hang on, maintaining his posture. The students around him let out a pained groan, collapsing on the spot. If he were to put it into words, it was truly an abnormal scene.
Hey, are you all right?
Shido hastily ran up and shook the shoulder of a female student who had collapsed. However, she had probably lost consciousness. There was no reaction at all.
Raina-san, this is...
Using the school as the reference point, we've determined that there's a strong spirit wavelength. This reaction, it's unmistakable. It's Kurumi's doing. A boundary field looks like it is the kind that would cause all humans who enter it to weaken.
Why must she do such a...
About that, it should be faster if you ask the perpetrator herself.
Reina said. It was as she had stated. Shido swallowed hard, standing up. It felt as though it would be hard to move around, but it wasn't to the extent that he would collapse.
Now that I think of it, why am I...
Don't forget, Shin. You have the spirit powers of Toka and Yoshino sealed inside your body. It could be instinctual, but your body as of now can be said to have the protection of the spirits.
Spirit power?
After mumbling, Shido suddenly widened his eyes, opening the door that he had just walked out from, loudly shouting, "Toka!" That's right, Toka should still be inside the classroom. Although he did mention that he needed to leave early for something, but there was no response since he left. There were around 10 students still inside the classroom. Everyone was either lying unconscious on the ground or on the table. However, amongst them...
Ooh, Shido.
Toka lightly pressed her head as she responded to Shido. Although the majority of her powers were sealed, she was still a spirit. She was more resistant to spirit power compared to that of humans.
Are you all right, Toka?
But my body feels so heavy. What is going on?
Using a feverish voice, she painfully moaned, weakly shaking her head.
Shin.
Raina's voice called out from the other end of the earpiece. Even if he didn't go into detail, she would have probably understand what exactly is going on.
Toka, stay here and rest. I'll do something about this.
Shido?
It's okay. I will resolve this.
Shido lightly caressed Toka's head, walking out to the hallway with his determination set. Shaking off the thick air and climbing up the stairs, Shido forced his abnormally fatigued limbs, finally arriving at the door to the rooftop. The door was not locked. No, to put it more accurately, below the door handle had a hole similar to a bullet path. The lock had lost its function. It was definitely Kurumi's doing. Shido took a deep breath before opening the door.
Goo.
Eyebrows tightly knitting together. Even though he had reached the rooftop, the sticky air still did not improve at all. No, it almost feels as though the weakness that assaulted his body was intensified. Looking left and right, he was surrounded by fencing, an unpleasant space, and in the center.
Dash, welcome. I've been waiting for you, Shido-san.
Kurumi raised the hem of her astral dress, slightly lowering her body and bowed. When Origami felt the abnormality, she was walking down a corridor on the east building of the school. As though in the blink of an eye, it felt as though the entire world had changed. It was almost as if her vitality had been sucked from her body and absorbed by the air. An unexplainable sense of weakness attacked her. In reality, The surrounding students have already collapsed one after another. If this continues, she would be prone to losing consciousness. After Origami came to that conclusion, she took out a device from her pocket and placed it on her palm, using her finger to make contact with the touchscreen, and said,
Voice recognition, AST, Tobiichi Origami.
Instantly, her fingerprints and voice patterns were matched. Asterisk, beep, beep, asterisk. After this electronic sound, the device started to expand.
Basic realizer unit, activation acknowledged.
Origami said, using the device to lightly make contact with the transmitter point on her head. Instantly, Origami's surroundings became her personal territory that wrapped around her body. The weakness that tortured her whole body lessened. However, at the same time, a headache akin to that of an explosion going off in her brain assaulted Origami. Gritting her teeth while enduring, Origami opened her mouth and said,
Combat wiring suit, engaged.
After that, faint light was emitted from within the personal territory. In the next instant, the Ryzen High School uniform that Origami was wearing transformed into the standard combat wiring suit of the AST. The moment the headache was almost gone, in an instant, Origami knelt on the floor on one knee. This was an emergency device that immediately allows for the expansion of the wiring suit commonly worn in the base. Even though she had obtained permission to have this device just in case, but she still felt uncomfortable. This miniature device contains the basis realizer unit, meaning to say, it was theoretically possible to expand her personal territory. After that, from within the personal territory, instantly changing clothes is not a difficult task. However, although it was only for just an instant, but she had expanded her personal territory without using the splicing device. At that point of time, the burden on her brain had increased. It was indescribable. Well, someone like Mana's capability would probably be able to take care of this as though it was nothing. Origami readjusted her breathing, expanding her personal territory to the usual size of 3 meters. Spirits and the AST are considered to be restricted topics. However, this is considered to be an exception. Moreover, she has nothing to worry about if everyone around her had already lost consciousness. She wasn't sure what happened to the school, but it was easy to deduce that this definitely had something to do with Tokisaki Kurumi. Giving a mental order, she centralized her gravity. Origami stomped on the ground, dashing through the corridor at an amazing speed. At the same time, the transmitter equipped onto her headgear transmitted Ryoko's voice.
Dash Origami. If you had opened the line, it means that you have used the emergency suit. Currently in your school's vicinity, we've detected a strong spirit wavelength. What's your status?
A bounded field. It'll be dangerous if this keeps up. Requesting reinforcements.
At that moment, Origami's words were cut off. The reason was simple. In Origami's way stood a girl as though she was made out of shadows. She was not wearing a high school uniform but a gothic dress composing of crimson and black.
Fu, Origami-san. Why are you in such a rush?
She placed her hand beside her mouth and snickered.
Tokusaki Kurumi.
Origami's gaze sharpened. Her hand positioned itself near her hip, gripping the handle of her light blade.
What is going on, Origami?
Dash made contact with a spirit, engaging in combat.
What? That's too dangerous. Hurry up and leave.
She'll get distracted. Origami gave a mental order, disconnecting the communication. Kurumi let out a satisfied smile, saying,
Fufu, I do not wish to be interrupted this time, so I can't let you move on any further.
Origami did not understand Kurumi's words, slightly frowning. However, that was only for an instant. There was no need to listen to the spirit's nonsensical words on the battlefield. Origami tightly held the handle of her blade of light, no pain.
Shido.
Tuka called out Shido's name when he had just left the classroom. However, Shido did not have any intention of returning. Tuka dragged her heavy feet and started to move forwards. In her head, the words that Shido had left behind refused to leave. It's okay. I will resolve this. Extremely reliable and comforting words. Shido only said it once, and it had completely blown away the loneliness and unease existing within Tuka's heart. However, at the same time, another cause for unease surfaced. That is because when Shido said that line, it was like 2 months ago when he extended his hand to Toka, and a month ago when he walked towards Yoshino's bounded field. The feeling was the same. Shido will definitely save everyone. However, if there was a need for him to sacrifice himself, Shido would not be hesitant to do so. The one who saved Toka was such a man.
Chew.
At that moment, Toka had lost her balance, falling down onto the floor, bringing the tables and chairs with her.
Gnu.
In order to stand up once more, she exerted strength into her feet. This won't do. This won't do at all. Now is not the time to be lazing around here. Even if it's for just a second, she must hurry up and rush to Shido's side.
Shido. Shido. Shido.
Suddenly, the instant she shouted, Toka's head had a sensation as thought it was being stimulated.
Way, what?
Saying that, Toka remembered this feeling. Last month, when Yoshino materialized her angel and shot a beam of light at Shido. If this continues, Shido will die. The instant she thought so, she vigorously shook her head, and her astral dress and angel materialized.
This is...
Toka looked down at her own appearance. That's right. Although it was not perfect, but Toka's body was the same as that previous time, materializing an astral dress from a membrane of light. Her body had also been instantly revitalized to an unimaginable state. If that's the case, Toka forcefully jumped up, landing firmly on both feet.
All right, let's go.
Clenching her fist, she walked out of the classroom.
Shido, where did you go, Shido?
Even if she shouted, she did not hear a reply. If that was the case, she would have to search each room individually. Toka ran out to the corridor. However, in that instant,
Huh?
Tuka held her breath, retreating hastily. The reason was simple. At the front of the corridor, something resembling a bullet traced a black path heading straight for Tuka.
Hua, who?
Toka called out. In the front of the corridor that was covered by shadows, slow footsteps sounded out. Soon after, the owner of that sound appeared.
You are...
Ufufu. How do you do, Toka-san? May I ask that you accompany me for a while?
The girl that wore a formal dress and a gun in hand, Tokisaki Kurumi, raised the corners of her mouth as she spoke.
Kurumi, what are you doing? Why, are you setting up this bounded field?
On the rooftop of Raizen High School, Shido spread his 2 arms out wide as he questioned Kurumi. Kurumi seemed to be enjoying Shido's reaction. Her smile widened.
Ufufu. It's great, isn't it? This is my city of devouring Timics. It's a bounded field that will plunder thee of those who step on my shadow.
Plunder? Time?
After Shido's surprised words, Kurumi smirked as she slowly moved closer. Following that, she elegantly moved her hair, revealing the left eye that was normally hidden.
Hua.
Looking at that, Shido frowned. There was an obvious peculiarity. An inorganic gold, and numbers and clock hands. That's right, Kurumi's eye was just like that of a clock. However, the strange thing was, the hands of that clock was moving in the counterclockwise direction.
That is?
Fufu. This is my life. In other words, you can say that this is my lifespan.
Saying that, Kurumi spun around once.
My angel, although it has a wonderful power, but in return, the price to use it is alarming. Every time I use its power, a large amount of my is consumed. Therefore, I have to, from time to time, replenish it from the outside.
Wow.
Kurumi's words made Shido shiver. If what she said was true, then those people who had collapsed within Kurumi's bounded field are currently having their remaining life absorbed by Kurumi. Kurumi looked at Shido's expression. For reasons unknown, she showed a face containing traces of loneliness. However, that was quickly replaced by a cold smile. She used her fingertip to raise Shido's chin.
The relationship between spirits and humans is just this, you know. Everyone unfortunately exists solely to become my food. There are no differences.
She raised an eyebrow as though challenging Shido. She continued to speak.
But, Shido-san, only you are special. You are someone special.
Me, you say?
Anen? You are the best. The only reason why I have come to this place is to become one with you.
What?
Shido frowned hard.
To become one, what exactly do you mean?
It means exactly what I just said. It doesn't mean that I am going to kill you or anything. That won't have any meaning at all. I want to eat you up.
The word she used, was it literally or just a metaphor? He had no idea, but Shido's stomach felt as though something cold was spreading. However, he cannot start feeling scared now. Shido clenched his fist and said,
If I'm the one you want, then you just target me. Why are you doing this?
Shido yelled. Kurumi seemed to be pleased as she continued.
Yufu. It was about time that I replenished my dash also.
Kurumi suddenly used a sharp gaze to look through Shido.
Dash, before I eat you, can you please take back that declaration you made this morning?
This morning?
Inien, to save me, and the other ridiculous comments that you made?
Under the frigid stare of Kurumi, Shido involuntarily gulped.
Dash, hey Shido-san. You're scared, right? I'm saying this kind of reason, and yet committing this kind of act. Pulling unnecessary people into this. I should be very repulsive to you, right? Being saved and the like. I do not have that kind of qualification. Do you understand now?
Kurumi exaggeratedly waved her arms like an actress as she continued.
Therefore, please take back that sentence. Furthermore, promise me to never say such words again. If you do so, I will remove this bounded field, you know. From the very start, my target was only Shido-san.
Why?
Shido widened his eyes. That condition was certainly a simple one. It was simple enough to cause one to be suspicious as to whether Kurumi was intending to trick Shido.
Kurumi is being serious here.
Probably sensing the hesitation within Shido, Reina's words sounded out from the communicator.
From her mental state, there is no trace of deceit. Shin, if you were to agree to this condition, Kurumi will most likely remove the bounded field.
The same time Reina said that, Kurumi moved her body while revealing a smile that would send shivers down the spine.
Kihihi, hi-hi. Well, it would be better if I remove it earlier. It may be too late if the removal were to be a second too slow, you know.
Shido and Kurumi exchanged eye contact, for Shido to take back his previous words. Just that. There was no difficulty in doing that at all. On the contrary, if he does not do so, the countless lives within the bounded field may be placed in danger. There was no room to choose from. Shido, with his determination set, opened his mouth and said,
Release the bounded field.
Kurumi let out a sigh. She seemed to be relieved.
Well then, please say it. That you will never declare to save me again.
Shido swallowed hard and continued to speak.
About that, I can't do it.
Huh?
The instant Shido said that, Kurumi widened her mouth in an expression of utmost surprise. A hilarious expression. At the very least, Shido had never seen Kurumi make such an expression till now.
Ara?
However, Kurumi's face swiftly had an air of displeasure, replacing her former expression.
Did you not hear me? If you take back those words you had said before, I will take down this bounded field, you know?
May take that down. Right now.
Then?
But, never. I will never take back those words.
Shido yelled as he shook his head. That's because, even if he did take those words back, there will be no change. If he did that, Shido will never be able to extend his hand towards Kurumi again.
Dash, I dislike those people who do not listen to others.
Kurumi shouted out, ****, lightly stepping back a few steps, distancing herself from Shido. And then, her right hand was forcefully thrust above her head. Using her right hand as the center, the air, piri piri asterisk, started to tremble. Instantly.
Spacequake alarm.
Shido's face was painted with fear as he groaned. This was a sound that he had heard to the point of irritation. It was the alarm that informs everyone about the sudden calamity that would devour the world's spacequakes. For an instant, Shido had thought that another spirit had materialized in the city. Spacequakes occur when spirits appear in this world due to the distortion of space. However, Kurumi's maniacal grin silently denied that possibility. That's right. This spacequake was caused out of Kurumi's own free will.
Kihi? 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 Hihi? Hihi?
As Kurumi ended her statement, Shido was speechless. Normally an alarm would sound when signs of a spacequake were detected, informing all residents living nearby to evacuate to underground shelters to avoid the disaster. However, currently, everyone who are caught in Kurumi's bounded field are unconscious as well as being at the center of the spacequake itself. There was no way for them to seek shelter. However, all of a sudden, Shido's mind surfaced a single question. It seems that she did not notice Shido's change of expression. Kurumi licked her lips as though she was showing off her victory.
Now then, Shido-san. What will you do now? Are you afraid of me now? Do you hate me now? Or do you feel both ways about me? The weak are prey. The strong are the predators.
Why? His heart was definitely pounding away, his breathing was in chaos, but Shido's heart was unbelievably calm. There was one question. Why? Does Kurumi have to have Shido take back his previous words? However, let's leave that aside for now. No matter what was said, words are merely words. Kurumi's goal was to Shido. If that was the case, then she could have simply ignored him instead. So why does she have to be concerned to such a degree? The predator that she mentioned should be referring to Kurumi herself, right? The prey then is most likely Shido.
Shin?
Just that moment, Rain's voice shook his right eardrum.
Kurumi's mental state has changed. The numbers, it's as if she was afraid of you.
Shido used a volume inaudible to Kurumi to sound out, his eyebrows slightly raised. Kurumi was afraid of Shido? Those words that lack a shred of reality caused Shido to sink into confusion for a split second, and then he immediately understood.
Is that so?
Shido slightly let out a sigh, looking at Kurumi once more. As someone that causes humans to shiver in fear, a spirit. However,
Now then, Shido-san, what will you do now? If you don't take back those words, there will be a lot of casualties, you know?
Kurumi moved her line of sight from Shido, forcefully holding her right hand that was in the air. Instantly, *G*A piercing screech resounded throughout the area. It was as though the air itself was crying.
Gah.
There is something that he had to tell Kurumi, an issue that he must let her know of. However, compared to that, he has to stop this spacequake first. Of course, under the condition that he must not take back his previous words. Shido frantically pondered, suddenly remembering what Kurumi had said before.
Kurumi.
What? Fufu. You finally wish to take back what you have said.
Kurumi revealed a smile as she spoke. Shido continued to speak while ignoring her words.
You said that your goal is to eat me, right?
Hanan. That's right. It would be pointless if I were to kill you. You will be able to live on within me. Oof. Not bad. Right.
With that, Shido was convinced. He softly spoke to Rain.
Raina-san, if I were Ta, will I survive?
If we're talking about your revival ability, as long as nothing goes awry, you should survive. But what are you trying to do?
Just this.
Shido started running. He ran to the edge of the roof and started to climb the tall iron fence. And then he stood on the ledge, looking towards Kurumi. Kurumi showed a face of utter confusion at Shido's actions.
What are you trying to do?
Stop the spacequake. If not,
Shido pointed to the school courtyard.
I will jump from here and die.
Ha.
It seems that it was out of her expectations. Kurumi let out a shout.
Whoa. What did you say you were going to do? Are you crazy?
I'm really sorry, but I'm being serious here. It seems that I definitely cannot retract what I said in the morning. Also, I must save you.
Kurumi seemed displeased as she tilted her head. Shido did not mind at all as he continued.
However, I cannot let you trigger a spacequake. So
you are taking yourself hostage? What a simple way of thinking. Are you a criminal that is being chased?
At Kurumi's words, Shido lightly smiled, thinking of the movies and the overseas news where the criminals point the guns at their temples. This was the last of the last, a final crazy act committed by people who had nowhere else to go. However, since Kurumi's aim was Shido, then it would not be a meaningless act. That's right, Kurumi transferred into this school just to get Shido. Shido's life had its value as a hostage. This possibility was extremely high. However, Kurumi frowned, and lightly sighed.
You think that this level of threat would work on me? Do it if you can.
Shido silently muttered that, his body flying out of the fencing. It was obviously a dizzying height, and yet there was no sense of fear at all. It could be because the brain was in an excited state from the secretions released, causing the fear to be staved off.
Shin.
The sounds of Reina and Kurumi holding her voice sounded out, a momentarily floating sensation. Shido's body was falling towards the ground at an alarming speed. His consciousness was about to fly away. It feels the same as though riding on a roller coaster plummeting at a rapid speed. He couldn't breathe. His limbs were numb. He felt as though he can't control his bladder anymore. However, midway down his fall, Shido's body was supported by someone, suddenly jolting. Ugh. Under the sudden impact, Shido let out a stupid sound. Humi's upper body appeared from the shadows on the side of the school building, carrying Shido in what seems to be a princess carry.
Oh, Kuro.
The instant Shido wanted to shout out Kurumi's name, Kurumi's whole body emerged from the shadows. Carrying Shido, she made her way vertically up the school building, returning to the rooftop, roughly letting Shido down. Shido let out a large sigh.
I thought I was a goner.
Of course you would.
Kurumi replied with a loud outburst.
I don't believe it. What the hell were you thinking? What exactly were you thinking? If I weren't there, you would have really died, you know?
About that. How do you put it? Thank you.
What do you think your life is?
No, even if you say that.
When Shido said that, Kurumi's expressions changed. She furiously scratched her head.
Really? Are you an idiot?
Shido stood up, asking Kurumi.
Kurumi, why did you save me?
That's... If you were to die, won't I be unable to achieve my goal?
Really? Well then, I guess I do have value as a hostage after all.
Shido extended his finger and pointed at Kurumi.
Now then, please stop the spacequake now, and remove this bounded field as well. If not, then I will commit suicide by biting off my tongue.
That kind of threat.
Do you think that I'm bluffing?
Goo.
Kurumi instantly showed a regretful expression, snapping her fingers. Following that, the piercing sound that echoed throughout the area stopped. Along with that, the heavy atmosphere that covered the vicinity had also disappeared.
Well, it's all right. After all, my original intention was only to have Shido-san. There's no problem. No problem at all.
Kurumi loudly declared as though she was trying to say those words to herself as she widened both arms towards Shido. However, Shido could not just wait there to be eaten.
Then will you hear me out one more time?
Wait, what else do you want?
Kurumi said as though she was troubled. Shido, nodded his head as he continued to speak.
Just a sentence is fine, Kurumi. Just once. Won't you give me a chance to save you?
Kurumi widened her eyes in surprise, lifting her eyebrows in surprise.
Are you still going to say that? Stop that already. It's troubling. Whether it's killing people or being killed, love them both. There's no reason for me to hear your babbling.
Kurumi shouted as though trying to reject Shido. That voice was not like the previous one that had a bottomless sense of fear. On the contrary, it was like she was scared of something. Rine's previous words once again resounded in his head. That's right, Kurumi, she must be afraid. That's because till now not even a single person extended a helping hand to her. That's why she must be in fear of this unknown gesture.
Kurumi, have you ever experienced a life where you don't have to kill or be targeted?
Shido silently said that. Kurumi's shoulders gave a tiny jolt.
That is,
Then you have no idea. Then how can you be so sure that you prefer a life where you don't have to kill and be killed? Maybe you would like this kind of peaceful life.
but that kind of thing.
It's possible, if it's me.
Shido loudly shouted. Kurumi seemed to be intimidated by his presence as she held her breath.
It's true that I cannot tolerate what you have done. It won't be enough to atone even if you used your entire lifetime. However, you must have mistaken something, Kurumi. I have a reason that I must save you.
Kurumi took a few steps backwards. Shido, on the other hand, took a step forward. Kurumi looked around in a panic, calling out.
Shido-san.
At this moment, the instant Kurumi wanted to say something.
Dash, you can't. How can you be fooled by those words?
From nowhere, such a voice sounded out. Shido frowned in surprise. That voice was.
Hyatt?
At that point, as though trying to disrupt Shido's thinking, Kurumi, who was standing in front of him, suddenly made a strange sound with her throat.
Kurumi?
Shido looked towards her and was stunned. Kurumi widened her eyes as though they were about to pop out from their sockets, letting out painful groans. Looking down at Kurumi's chest, a single crimson hand extended out. Seeing this, Shido finally realized the situation. Not knowing when, someone had appeared behind Kurumi and stabbed through Kurumi from the back.
All right. I know. That's why.
The hand was withdrawn from Kurumi's chest. Instantly, Kurumi's astral dress dissolved into the air. Her white skin bared itself.
Dash, really now. Hurry up and rest. Haigyu.
Leaving behind a weak death cry, Kurumi fell down like a mannequin. And then, her body twitched for a moment. After that, she no longer moved.
Where?
Shido did not move a muscle. The sudden situation had rendered thinking impossible. That's because the one standing behind Kurumi.
Ara, what's the matter, Shido-san? You don't look too good.
Was Tokisaki Kurumi herself.
Me? Huh? Why?
Shido looked at Kurumi, who was engaged in a conversation with him till just now, and Kurumi, who had appeared before him. That was undoubtedly Kurumi, hair as black as the shadows, jade-white skin, the glowing clock for a left eye. It was the same as the Kurumi before her. Only that her expression, there was no trace of confusion like the previous Kurumi who had collapsed onto the ground. There was only a coquettish smile.
Really now? This kid is really troubling.
Kurumi lightly waved her hand that was stained in fresh blood. Following that, countless hands appeared from the shadows, pulling Kurumi into the darkness.
That was humiliating. However, the me my fee of this time could possibly be too naive.
Whoa.
But then, just now, Shido-san's words were really great.
Kurumi twisted her body while smiling as though she was playing a prank. Shido speechlessly stood there in a daze. He totally could not understand. Just now, in Shido's eyes, two Kurumis existed. Kurumi had killed Kurumi. The first asterisk Kurumi, was consumed by the shadows.
Hey.
Shido let out a sound in a daze. Kurumi seemed to be amused as she started to laugh.
Now then, let's hurry up and start, shall we?
As Kurumi said that, two hands grew from below Shido's legs, tightly grabbing onto him.
Ooh.
Your power, I'll be helping myself, Shido-san.
Saying that, Kurumi walked closer to Shido, stretching out her right hand. After that, in that instant she was using that cool hand to gently touch Shido's face.
Gia.
Kurumi let out such a sound. Glimpsing for an instant a white shadow had descended from the sky. The right hand that Kurumi had used to touch Shido had been sliced off, spinning a few times in the air before falling to the ground.
Dash Ara. Ara.
Kurumi frowned as she bore with the pain, somersaulting backwards as she retreated. After a moment, Shido finally realized that there was one more person other than Kurumi and himself.
Mana.
Yes, you've got yourself into another troublesome situation, I see.
Wearing the wiring suit, Mana, whose both hands had massive blades of light equipped, glanced at Shido's direction, said. However, Mana quickly readied her light blades, shooting a sharp glance towards Kurumi.
You still haven't learned, have you, Toy Brain?
Dash Ku. Hi. Just like before, you're really something. To be able to cut through my Elohim?
I'm sorry to say, that kind of astral dress is meaningless in front of me, so you better.
At this moment, just as Mana wanted to continue, Kurumi exaggeratedly spread out both arms, turning on the spot.
However it is. Only I, who you cannot kill.
As Kurumi said that, *ka, she stepped onto the ground with both feet as though following a rhythm.
Now. Come out, Zafkiel.
Instantly behind Kurumi, a massive clock slowly materialized. It was multiple times taller than Kurumi, a huge clock face, and the hands in the middle were represented with an ancient handgun and rifle of intricate designs.
This is an angel.
Shido couldn't help but voice out. Minshal, a weapon with absolute power that spirits can be proud of.
Oof.
Kurumi laughed, removing the gun from the massive clock face that represented the hour hand. And then,
Zafkiel Dale.
as Kurumi muttered, the Roman numeral engraved on the clock slowly oozed out something resembling a shadow in an instant. It was absorbed into the muzzle of the handgun in Kurumi's hand. Shido narrowed his eyes at this sight. He had noticed that the instant the shadow flowed out from the clock hands in Kurumi's left eye was moving clockwise at an alarming speed. However, this question was quickly driven out of his head.
Wed.
Mana's surprised voice entered Shido's ears. It was impossible to determine Mana's expressions from this position, but it should be similar to the expression that Shido is having right now. Kurumi placed the muzzle of the handgun in her left hand under her chin.
What do you plan to...
Mana was in the middle of her words. Kurumi gave a faint smile, pressing the trigger without hesitation. Kurumi's head gave a jolt. No matter how you look at it, this scene can't be anything else but that of suicide. However, in that instant, Shido and Mana immediately corrected their way of thinking.
Huh?
It feels as though he had made a stupid expression on his face. However, if one were to witness this scene, anyone would probably do the same thing. That's because, in that instant when Kurumi shot herself, Kurumi's right hand, which had fallen to the ground, floated in the air as though it was a rewinding of a movie reel, flying towards Kurumi. And then once the right hand made contact with Kurumi's right arm, it beautifully joined, recovered as though nothing had happened. Even the long glove on her arm was perfectly restored.
Ufufu, what a good kid. Zafkiel, Emperor of Temek?
It's the first time I've seen this trick. That, no wonder. It's a wonderful healing ability you have there.
Mana unhappily stated. Kurumi snickered as she shook her head.
Hi. That's incorrect. I've merely drowned my...
What?
Mana raised an eyebrow. However, Kurumi only fearlessly smiled, not replying, raising her right hand high. Using that hand to retrieve the minute hand on the clock face of Zafkiel, Emperor of Time, behind her, the rifle.
Mana-san, just for today, please let me defeat you.
Saying that, in front of the clock face that is void of hands, she readied both guns, as though she was displaying the time itself.
Now then, let's start. I'll let you see my angel's power.
Very well. I'll kill you off like I always do.
At Mana's words, Kurumi started laughing as though Mana had said something ridiculous.
Kihi. Hi. 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 Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. You still don't understand. You are definitely unable to kill me.
It's all right. If I can't beat you, I will keep beating you down. If I can't kill you, I will kill you until you die. To keep hunting you down. That is my mission and my purpose for existing.
Hi hee hee. Hi hee. Ay. That's right. You should be like this. Foo foo foo. Foo foo. Foo foo. Effluence. I can't take it anymore. Well then, what would it be? Decapitation? A stab through my chest?
I only know of one monster that is able to survive through all that. Let's try pulverizing you to powder till not a single fragment remains.
He? Now, that would be a new experience. Very good. Excellent.
You're still as crazy as always.
Hi, he. If that's the case, then I guess we're about even? You're not even batting an eyebrow now. I still remember the first time you killed me. You were still so cute back then.
Keep your mouth shut. Or rather, would you want your mouth and throat to fly as well?
Foo-foo. Foo-foo. Are you able to do so?
Saying that, Kurumi raised the handgun in her left hand.
Zafkielale.
Just like before, the shadow that the Roman numeral on the clock face oozed out was absorbed into the handgun in Kurumi's hand, after which she once again proceeded to hold the muzzle to her chin and press the trigger, instantly.
Goo!
Kurumi's figure suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, Mana was sent flying.
Ah ha 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 ha. Can't you see me?
Shh.
Mana changed directions in mid-air, advancing towards Kurumi as though she had stepped on air. However, Kurumi's body had disappeared once more like fog, appearing behind Mana in the next instant, delivering a heel kick to her back. However, at the same time Mana showed a sharp glare, Kurumi's movements suddenly became sluggish. She should have used her personal territory to capture Kurumi. Mana seemed like she wanted to split Kurumi's midsection into two. She horizontally swung her blades of light. However, Kurumi evaded with millimeters to spare, somersaulting onto the water tank.
Fufu, you're amazing. You're still able to counterattack even though I accelerated time.
Hint, even though it's an interesting ability, but it can be said to have the worst compatibility against me, who has the personal territory, you know. If I am able to sense you, I will definitely be able to capture your movements.
Ah, that's so. Then.
Kurumi turned towards Mana at a speed that was impossible to discern with the human eye once more.
Zafgil Zayan.
Almost simultaneously, the shadow that emerged from the Roman numeral of the clock face was sucked into Kurumi's rifle, after which she aimed the muzzle towards Mana and fired.
It's useless, didn't I tell you?
A bullet of that caliber is useless against Mana, who is equipped with her personal territory. However, Shido let out a dazed sound. Mana's body, who was currently in the middle of flight, had totally stopped. Mana! Despite Shido's cries, Mana did not move. There was no response at all. It was as though Mana's time had been stopped for just that moment. Kurumi laughed, firing countless bullets towards Mana's body. The guns in Kurumi's hands were both ancient single-action guns. However, each time a shot was fired, shadows would emerge from Kurumi's feet, entering the muzzle of the guns in the place of bullets. After countless seconds, Kurumi landed onto the ground. At the same time,
Gah!
Mana, who had countless bullets fired at her, fell to the ground bloodied.
Kiha? Hiha? Hiha?
What? Just now. That was.
Mana!
Shido cried out, running to Mana's side and kneeling on one knee.
Nisama, it's dangerous. Hurry up and leave.
Idiot, what are you saying?
Shido.
Shido.
New people called out Shido's name, appearing on the rooftop.
Toka Origami.
Turning around, he called out their names. Although he had wanted to know why the two of them were still able to move about in the bounded field, however, that thought soon disappeared after looking at their appearances. Toka was wearing her astral dress, Origami on the other hand was wearing her wiring suit.
Are you all right, Shadow?
Are you hurt?
The two of them asked at the same time, after which they glared at each other in displeasure, turning back to look at Shido. However, very swiftly, the two soon noticed Kurumi at the front, as well as Mana, who was kneeling on the ground while drenched in blood. The two of them moved in front of Shido, each readying their swords against Kurumi.
Master Sergeant Tobiichi, Toka-san, the two of you are all right. However, Toka-san, what is with your appearance?
Mana gasped in pain. Toka let out a surprised sound.
Shido, sister number 2. I could say the same to you. Why are you dressed like that? It looks just like the ASTST.
Mana and Toka exchanged looks of surprise. However, Kurumi's laughter soon broke off their conversation.
Ara. Is everyone here now?
As Kurumi said that, Toka and Origami both spoke at the same time.
Kurumi, why you suddenly ran off? So you were in this kind of place.
Your movements are hard to understand. What exactly are you planning?
Huh? Just what are the two of them talking about? She escaped?
Shido asked. Toka moved her side away from Kurumi. At the same time, she nodded her head,
Kurumi was blocking my way. However, after that explosion, she disappeared.
However, Origami contradicted Toka's statement.
That's strange. Tokisaki Kurumi was in a battle with me.
What?
Toka instantly showed a face of utter shock, but she quickly shook her head, looking at Kurumi once more.
It's sad, Kurumi. Since you had decided to harm Shido, I can't forgive you for that.
I concur.
Origami too looked at Kurumi once again. Kurumi seemed pleased as she spun around once.
Oof, huh? Hey. How scary. I'm so scared. You people want to use your advantage in numbers against someone as weak as myself.
Her face, however, did not show a hint of fear as she smirked.
However, I'm going at it for real today. Well, isn't that so?
Yeah.
Because of that strange phrase, Shido frowned. However, in that next instant, the four's voices overlapped with each other. However, that was to be expected. Kurumi's shadows that have spread itself on the rooftop. In the middle of that, countless white arms appeared at the same time. And that's not all. Till now, those pale white arms that have only been showing their elbows, slowly but surely, revealed their whole appearances above the ground.
What, this kind of…
His voice involuntarily was squeezed out from his throat. However, that was to be expected. That's because those white hands all belonged to. Till the point where she was about to crowd out the vast rooftop, numbers too many to count. The Kurumis who were wearing their astral dress climbed out from the shadows. Countless Kurumis smiled as they spoke.
This is…
Mana sounded out. Kurumi, who was holding the guns, spread her arms out as she tilted her chin high.
Fu. How is it? Spectacular, isn't it? This is my past. My experiences. They are the me from different time periods, you know.
What?
Fu and the end are nothing but clones of myself. Mere copies. They don't have the same strength as myself. Rest easy. Mana-san, do you understand now? This is the reason why you definitely cannot kill me.
Mana held her breath. And at the same time, Toka, Origami as well as Shido were the same thing.
It's over. Attack.
Don't joke with me.
The one who cried out was Mana. Using her personal territory to move her injured body up into the air, the equipment changed to release multiple lasers. The laser beams pierced through some of the Kurumi's bodies around her, falling towards the ground. However, the surrounding Kurumis that avoided the attack flew into the air, starting their assault on Mana. Mana's equipment started to change, cutting apart the head, arms, torso of the Kurumis that closed in on her. On the rooftop, Kurumis were strewn all over. However, the Kurumi who held 2 guns in front of Zafkiel had already finished the loading of Zion, firing it at Mana just like before. Mana's body instantly froze in mid-air.
Mana.
Shido yelled at the top of his lungs. However, he was helpless. Toka and Origami both seemed as though they were protecting Shido, waving their swords. However, the difference in numbers were simply too large. They were flanked from left and right. The moment the rear was put down, they were immediately subdued on the spot. With that, Shido had no more cards left to play. Both arms were caught by Kurumi. He was forced onto the ground. All of this happened within 5 minutes. However, this was to be expected. Toka was in a state where she could not bring out her full strength. Origami, too, did not bring out her full arsenal. Mana, who is the only one that has the ability to compete with an actual spirit. In that instant where she was immobilized by the angel, the victor was already decided.
Toka, Origami, Mana.
Both arms held down onto the ground. Shido barely managed to make a sound.
Go.
Nearby, Toka and Origami as well as Shido were being held down. Both of them were hurt everywhere, letting out pained breaths. From Shido's position, he was unable to ascertain Mana's status. He only knew that she fell from the sky, but was blocked by the numerous Kurumis.
Ufufu.
In the midst of that, Kurumi, who was holding the guns and calmly smiling, started to walk closer towards Shido.
I've waited too long. Finally, I can start tasting Shido-san.
Stop it, Kurumi. Don't get near Shido.
Let go.
Despite the struggles of Toka and Origami, they were unable to escape their bonds. Kurumi snickered as she walked in front of Shido, stopping her footsteps. At this point, Kurumi's eyebrow twitched, as though she had just remembered something.
Fufu. That's right.
Saying that, she put the gun in her right hand to the left hand. Following that, she raised it up high.
Wah, Kurumi, what are you planning to?
A fufu? Fufu? The same thing as before, of course. Everyone hasn't woken up yet. A fufu? They'll definitely die for sure.
Stop it. If you are going to do such a thing, I will bite off my tongue.
The instant he said that, the Kurumis that were holding Shido down inserted their slender fingers into Shido's mouth from both sides, pressing down on his lower jaw and tongue.
Hugh.
Biting off your tongue? Let's see how you do that now.
Kurumi smiled as she tightly held her right hand. Following that was the same as last time. A piercing sound started to resound from the surroundings.
Fufu, hi-yi, 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 hi-yi. Now, in order for you to not deceive me anymore, I'll send you into utter despair.
Stop it.
Although he was unable to properly pronounce his words, however, he was able to barely make a sound. Kurumi ignored Shido's pleas, swinging down her right hand. Kurumi, she smiled. She chuckled, lightly laughing.
Ah ha 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 ha.
However, after several seconds, that laughter had ended with a question mark.
Aha!
Kurumi looked around in surprise. However, that was it. The sky had indeed been split. The piercing sound was still ringing. The air was as though an explosion had gone off as it continued to vibrate. However, that was all there is. Shido had also noticed the irregularity and frowned. He had seen the sight of spacequakes countless times. It was as though space itself had been eaten out. Whatever that was there would disappear without a trace. However, the surroundings of Raizen High School and the city were still intact.
What is going on?
Kurumi tilted her head in confusion. Following that, it seems as though it was explaining what was going on. From above their heads, a cool voice sounded out.
Don't you know? Spacequakes. As long as you trigger a spacequake at the same time with the same magnitude, you'll be able to cancel it.
Dash, who are you?
Kurumi's face twitched, her right hand taking hold of her gun once more as she looked upwards. Shido too raised his head and then widened his eyes. The sky was red. That was his first impression. On top of the roof, above Shido and Kurumi's heads, a mass of flames was floating, and, In that midst of flames, a figure of a young girl stood. It seemed like a girl who was cosplaying. Her sleeves floated in the wind. Half of her body seemed to be merged with the flames as they flickered. Her waist had a belt of flames, as though it was the celestial dress from the heavenly maidens. And on her head grew 2 inorganic horns. That appearance did not look like a princess, but that of an Oni. However, the reason why Shido's vision was taken up by that girl was not just that. Dazedly, he opened his mouth.
Kodo. Ri?
That's right, Shido's sister, Tada's commander. The appearance of the girl who was clad in flames looked like Itsuka Kotori no matter how you looked at it. Kotori slowly descended, looking towards Shido's direction.
Just for a while, I'll be taking it back, Shido.
Eh?
Not understanding Kotori's words, Shido frowned.
That is...
At this point, not knowing why, Origami's face showed an expression of fear that Shido had never seen before.
Burn, Kamal.
Following that, Kotori's mouth said that name. With that, flame started appearing around her body, forming something similar to a massive club. After that, the instant Kotori grabbed that club, a vermilion blade was revealed on its side. That looked just like an absurdly massive battle axe. Shido was speechless. Kotori lightly waved that huge battle axe, looking at Kurumi.
Now then, let our battle date begin.